We have a hard stop at 11:30 because Carla and Nate are joining us. So we'll get started. Thanks again. And we'll start with introductions if you want to.
Absolutely. So the admin team is all here. This is often an opportunity for us to have some great sort of face-to-face time between the entire admin team and the school board at these retreats. And so they're here to be part of the sort of warm-up or icebreaker activity that Don has planned. And then they'll be here through our working lunch with Nate and Carla. And then they're welcome to stay for the whole rest of the day if they want. Or maybe they have other things they can go off and do. It's their choice after that. But we do have a few new faces here this year. So I'll introduce everybody and I'll point out sort of the new faces since this is an infrequent opportunity. So Shannon Warden on the end, I'll start with Shannon, Mount 8 principal. Erin Tebow is our new Mount 8 assistant principal. Shannon's partner in crime, is that a fair description?
Yeah.
Okay. Troy Riley, principal up in Lincoln, not new.
Not at all, not even close.
The least new of the team, how about that? John Dracko, new principal at Bristol Elementary School. Travis Park, principal at Beaton. Mike Lansing, principal at Moncton. You know Floyd, you know Katrina. Beth McGeorge, our new director of student support services. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Adora Fraser is not here yet. I haven't heard that she's not coming, but Adora is principal at Starksboro, at Robinson. And then, I don't know, maybe we should do introductions and kind of go around the table and All right, Chris, do you want to start?
Chris Pearsall, Bristol.
Kevin Hansen, Bristol. I moved half a block from where I grew up in Bristol. Went to Mount 8. Actually, I went to BHS for junior high school. Went to Mount 8. My wife, who lived in the Haven, went to Mount 8. Our daughters went to Mount 8 and Bristol Elementary School. I want to say this, but my class celebrated their 50th reunion from Mount 8 this year.
Wow.
Fossil.
You're not pictured by it.
No, maybe I am, I just don't show it.
Sarah LaPearl in New Haven. I would give myself more in Addison County, where I've lived most of my life.
Aaron Jupner, Bristol.
Bailey Gordon, Moncton. I'm Krista Surreyville, and I'm in Bristol, and 3 kids are coming back to Mountain in the fall. I'm Dawn Griswold, I'm from Moncton, and I too am the least new.
Steve Vernon from Starksboro.
Okay, so the purpose of today's meeting is to just give us some time to talk about some things that we may have breezed over through the year and give us a little time to, spend time together, work on establishing some group responsibilities and understanding with each other. So it's a time to ask questions and have conversations and maybe do some things, work on some things that we talked about earlier in the year. So to get us started, you all have in your stack a sheet of paper like this and a little card like this. So if you take a little card right now and just write one fact about yourself on the card. Anything, one fact about yourself on the
Like
card.
on the level of like 2 truths and a lie, or
Well,
how
it's
deep
fun.
how fun is
It can be fun. It can be a fun fact, it can be a silly fact. It's just a fact about you. And then we're gonna just put all the cards together and we're gonna go through the cards and see if we can guess if we know each other by the fun fact. I'll bring a hat for me. I do have. And I went for a ride, give me that later. I do have some. Fenway's back. Yeah.
You already hand yours in?
I did.
You got 2 cards?
Oh.
We want to know more about Kevin.
He has one.
You're in this one, no more.
I know.
Yeah, one. Oh, and Jennifer, I didn't introduce you earlier. I think you were zooming about. Jennifer Bauer, admin assistant, sort of the one who keeps all of this going. And Andrew Ronark was here with Jennifer earlier, helping with the tech. He ran to get a backup projector because the one we're using sometimes has issues. So we'll have a backup ready to go.
And Kathy Alexander was here.
Yes, Kathy Alexander, our food service director, zipped in and set up food for us.
And Liz is here now.
Wasn't part of the track.
Everybody's as fresh and sharp right now. So this is just if you want to write your thoughts, your guesses on a piece of paper.
Oh, so you're gonna read them and then we try to guess?
You can, or you can go through them individually and see how close we are as a group. I'm holding them so that not.
I know, that could have really.
Liz, we're just writing down a quick, fun fact, silly fact, a fact about yourself. Thank you.
No pressure.
Good morning. Good morning. Let's go for it. All right. Do you want to do a collective guess? Or do you
Yes,
want-
sure.
Yes, all right,
Get away from Liz.
all right. You got some?
Scribble through.
Yeah. All right, here, I'll put it right in the bag here. All right. Here's the first one. I have 30 first cousins.
Wow. Oh, Patrick. Bailey.
Bailey. That's my guess, Bailey.
Yes. No.
I was just thinking,
He wasn't related to the pockets and the cookie mouse, so I was like.
Hey, you should be your own school district. All right. My wife was a background in Gwen Stefani's Paula back video.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a really fun one.
John.
that's it, John.
Was me, she's a dancer for cancer.
That's one more way, she's so much cooler than me.
Did she still have?
No. She's very, she'll hate that.
This is not recorded.
Are you sure?
It's totally recorded.
I taught at a university in Beijing. I taught at a university in Beijing.
Sure. I know that. Is that you, Deb?
You're right.
Hi, I'm in there.
All right. I once had to have palm tree spines removed from my arms and legs.
Oh, my goodness.
Stop.
I am so bored. I really think my memory hard. I'd say Aaron.
I was gonna say Aaron also.
Which Aaron? No. Oh, Aaron.
Oh.
That's Aaron.
All of them.
Sharon.
No.
That was me. There was a tradition on my college where you would go to one end of the campus and all the rooftops connected. And you would, it's called running the gauntlet. So you would start at one end and you would sprint as fast as you could ahead of security. And you don't realize that palm tree spines point up, so you jump off onto a pine tree and have to go down.
Oh.
Right at that.
Yeah.
So don't jump onto a pine tree and slide down. Yes.
I am the youngest of 6 children.
Wow. So just like emphatic about that. Oh, I forgot I used it there too. Just not
I am married with my high school sweetheart.
Oh, Kevin.
Aaron.
Runner-up Vermont State Cribbage Tournament.
Steve.
Terrible.
Were there only 2 cribbage players?
124 teams.
Wow, there you go.
And I won it 2 years later, but that sounded like bragging. So
I have a very large family, and I am the first member of my very large extended family to earn a master's degree.
It's me.
Yeah.
I was trying to think if 30 was enough first cousins. I'm trying to count.
Yeah. Did she beat you?
I didn't get to the count yet. So
No.
I lost count.
I hate gum.
For yourself or for everybody? I learned how to breathe through the snappers, but yeah.
I am so glad to know that.
You do that, I use that many times, I use that at first elementary school.
I lived in the town where Footloose was filmed.
Travis.
Yeah.
You told me that.
No, it's in Lehigh, Utah. There's yeah, where the scene where there's like a roller mill and the tractors and whatever.
Oh,
Yeah. Not anymore. It's, now it's all business in the house. Back then.
Did you ever raise a school bus that hopefully?
No comment.
I'm left-handed.
Quick for everybody.
But I am, but that, I didn't get that interesting on my card.
Chris.
I am left-handed, but that's not me. Again, I didn't think of it.
That's Steve.
It's me.
Yeah.
Mom of 2 boys, both Mount A graduates.
Done.
Chris.
Told you, yeah.
I am.
Way boring compared to everybody else.
And Jennifer.
Boy moms. I am married to someone from my 4th grade class. We did not date until late 20s.
Wow.
Kevin was there. Oh, so it's Sarah.
Oh, really?
No.
No.
We didn't, yeah. We also have we interviewed a woman for it was a Village Green calendar, and it did like local history, and then we would publish it in 4th grade. And so we interviewed this woman together with another student, but we have the photo and we cut him out, but. But when I first met him, and I looked through his family album, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm the only person not in her family, like in this family album at whatever age. That's not why we got married, but it's. We knew each other.
I love to mountain bike ride.
Krista.
I love to travel.
Everybody's
Interesting commute to work.
What's your commute?
It's not that dramatic, it's just full disclosure, it was one of the reasons I was considering not taking this position, because I've already started thinking that. Yeah, it's really got something like.
Okay.
I did
I'm so
that.
glad I did it, it's supposed to be beautiful.
I worked over at Harvard High School for a while, so I've done the opposite.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
fun.
not so bad.
In the winter especially.
She said in August.
I will talk to you in February. I told you.
Lifelong Vermonter.
He was a left-handed guy.
Yeah.
Oh, you were left-handed, so.
Liz. Yes.
I have lived in Vermont 36 years.
Liz.
With that, next, that too, yes. But no.
Did we have Steve yet? I think Steve.
I mean,
Jennifer?
Process of elimination should kick in at some point.
Yeah. Did we do Jennifer? Don?
It is me.
Okay.
Trying to count how old your boys were.
Love dogs.
Jennifer.
You love dogs?
She say yes?
You love dogs?
Yes.
Married a Bristol girl at the rec park a softball game between the families.
Oh.
That's cute.
Oh.
Who won?
Oh.
The game.
That's awesome.
My wife is the only person I know who still wears her wedding dress. It was a t-shirt.
Well, that worked out well. Thank you, Helen. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna see if Nate and Carla are ready and we'll.
Yeah, actually, now would be a good time to go and grab some food. So we're gonna do a working lunch with Nate and Carla. And they should be joining momentarily. There's Nate. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. Turn it over to you, Nate. So introductions first. So Nate Levison and Carla Bear here representing New Solutions K-12. We invited them to sort of give an update, help the board understand a little bit more about what cost-effective mindset and bounded autonomy mean, and share a little bit of an update on the work that we've been engaged in to date. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nate.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Exciting to be with you again. So this will be a brief presentation and then time for your questions. I think there were 4 things we're going to try to do in a relatively short period of time this morning. The first is to remind folks, why are we doing this work? And really remind and ground today's conversation. Wanted to share briefly what we were actually doing, give an update for how it's going, and then, as I said, leave time for your questions, and hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Before I flip up the PowerPoint, just really the why are we doing this, the name of the work that we're engaging with the district and the district leadership is embracing a cost-effective mindset. The idea, as the term sounds, a cost-effective mindset is, this is not about saving money. It is cost-effective means how do you do more and better and great stuff for kids and do it in a way that is cost-effective within your budget, recognizing that budgets are likely to get tight in the future. And I think that in some settings, given what might be coming financially and given declining enrollment, that having a cost-effective mindset in and of itself is not a bad thing. But I think in MAUSD, and the reason we're working with you all is very specific to your context. It is not just to have a cost-effective mindset because, hey, that's a nice thing to have. It allows taxpayer dollars to go further. But really, the birth of this effort, going back, really a couple of years now, was the question was asked, hey, given declining enrollment, given the fact that you do in fact have a bunch of small schools, and in a state that has a lot of small schools, were there alternatives to repurposing schools as a way of effectively managing your budget and meeting the growing needs of kids? Under a different contract, we looked at a lot of options and got a lot of options and ideas from the community as well. And what came through pretty resoundingly in our analysis was that there's more than one good path forward, but one path forward was that if you did embrace a cost-effective mindset, a couple of really nice things happen. One, we believe that you could maintain all the schools you have within the budgets you're likely to have. 2, that you'd be able to serve the needs of students very well. And lastly, do it in a way that was fair and reasonable and sustainable for staff. So the idea of having a cost-effective mindset wasn't just because it's a good thing to do financially, but that I think it met many of the goals and wants of the community. And so it really is a strategy to maintain small schools, but small schools that serve kids well with a lot of the services they need. So that's kind of the why we're doing this. Patrick, or anything else you would add as to the why we got this work underway?
No, I think that was a great summary of kind of what brought us to where we are now.
Great. And then, so let me share my screen for a moment and just kind of walk through what we're doing and how's it going, and give you, as we're doing that, some of the background of what we're sharing with the principals and the leadership team about what does it mean to have a cost-effective mindset and what has to happen for it to come to life.
And I think I mentioned this, Nate, but the team is all here as well.
Okay. Hello, team. Good to see you as well. So hopefully folks are seeing my screen.
Yes, we are.
Excellent. So what does this all mean? At its core, the goals of our project, as I talked about, was to embrace the cost-effective mindset to meet your goals, the community's goals of lots of great services for kids in an environment of each town maintaining a school, recognizing that some of those schools are going to be small. So the next level of detail was, okay, if that's what you wanted to accomplish, we wanted to, first of all, share with the leadership team, the principals and central office, what is it, what are the best practices, and define that very specifically for you all. And what we've said in our report, and what's becoming even more clear as we are working with folks, is for in order to have a cost-effective mindset, it means that you're going to have a better way of deciding and managing sharing staff between buildings. So let's be really upfront. What is not cost-effective is to have very little staff shared between buildings. But we want to acknowledge that currently it's pretty painful. It was not particularly embraced by principals because it was hard to schedule and hard to manage. It was not particularly embraced by staff because they weren't loving it either. But so a cost-effective mindset says that you get good at having shared staff or staff that wear multiple hats, where I might do a couple jobs in a school, so therefore I don't have to be shared across schools. So these were a couple areas in which would allow you to be cost effective, but currently it was kind of hard to do that, or do that in a way that made people want to do even more of it. And that led us to the third realization, that if you're going to be able to do number two, you're going to need to create, with our help, guidelines and staffing rules for, like, how do you figure out, hey, how many FTE or partial FTE of interventionists or coaches or would you have in a building? And then how are you going to manage that? And we call that bounded autonomy with equity. So we want to manage this process of sharing staff or wearing multiple hats in a way that reflects both the importance of central office and principals, and to keep equity at the forefront. So that's, at its highest level, what that means, what our goals were. Looking a little more specifically, move from like theory to, okay, what do you do on a Monday morning? Is that what we know from our research in both the district and across the country, that to achieve the cost-effective mindset, to be able to do this, you have to have alignment on the strategy and a really good way of making decisions. And when I mean alignment between principals and central office, making decisions around staffing, because let's face it, in your budget is mostly staff. And that's why we keep coming back to staffing questions. So how do you make decisions? Where do you want to go? There needs to be a lot of alignment in doing that, or it's just going to be very hard to ever implement the cost-effective mindset. So we needed to make sure through our work together that there was both alignment on where you wanted to go and to understand and have a great way of making these, what are somewhat tough decisions. As a quick update, based on our work with the district and school leaders, we really do feel there is a lot of alignment on where do you want to go. The strategies, the priorities, the theory of action, the things that are going to help your kids, the things that matter most. There really is a lot of alignment there. And we're really happy to report that. And also happy to report that the where you want to go and how you want to get there, kind of the strategy of the district, is an excellent strategy. It is really based on best practices. It is the things that have made a world of difference in other districts. It seems practical for your culture and community. So the where do you want to go, you're in really good shape on many fronts. Now the how do you get there, that's where we need a little more work, and that's where a lot of our focus has been. The current approach to decision-making just doesn't seem helpful to principals, to central office, to the community, to your kids. I think it undermines achieving a cost-effective mindset. And if people are wondering like, hey, why is this so? There are no villains, there are no bad people, there's no bad managers, but there's a lot of history. And the history of Vermont and the history of MAUSD is that you used to have a bunch of districts in a supervisory union. And as such, individual schools were quite independent. That changed. And that shift to becoming a district and asking and expecting and needing central office to make more decisions, that has been a rocky transition for most school systems in the state. And so you are not unique in any way, shape, or form, but given that history, the decision-making isn't as smooth as it needs to be. And without smooth decision-making between central office and principals, you're not likely to be able to fully embrace the cost-effective mindset. So, root causes of this kind of, what has this history brought to you all? Our sense is that too many decisions are made without meaningful input from the principals. And I think this resulted as you became a district and things shifted to the central office. But I also want to be really honest with everybody in that principals don't always take advantage of the opportunities they're given for input. So it's not as if the central office hasn't been asking. I also wanted to acknowledge that when principals provide input, sometimes they're thinking very much about their school, which is understandable, but they also need to think very much about the district as a whole for the cost-effective mindset to work. And I think ultimately, staff are being underutilized, and you could do more and better with the folks you have and the resources you have if the decision-making got smoother. Carla, anything else you want to add as to kind of how we think the district got here? And again, no bad players, no bad people, but a lot of history.
No, I think these are challenges that lots of districts, not just ones in Vermont, face. And just Vermont is intensified, I think, because of the history of supervisory unions.
That is true. This is very common. So one of the ideas that's going to help us get there when we talk about having a better decision-making strategy, a better decision-making process, this is a very nitty-gritty, very detailed approach that says we need to be very clear who gets to decide what, who gets meaningful input and when, and how are things going to be managed. So just an example, this is also called bounded autonomy. It's called clear decision-making rights. It goes under different names, but it's really a key aspect of you all being able to embrace this cost-effective mindset. So here's just an example, not even a recommendation, but so here's the question. Hey, how do we decide how many instructional coaches go to each building? How do we decide what they do? How do we decide how they're managed? Because instructional coaching is the most impactful way to improve core instruction. Improving core instruction is the most impactful way of helping all kids, including kids who struggle, achieve at high levels. So this is like really important because it is helping to do one of your most important parts of your strategy. But you can imagine that a coach kind of works for central office, kind of works for principal, might be in more than one school. This is a classic example of something that's really important, but could be really kind of messy and unclear. So bringing clarity to how you're going to manage coaching. And again, recognizing that everybody in the leadership believes coaching is really important and believes improving core instruction is really important. But they don't all agree on how coaching should have been managed. So maybe we want to know, what exactly does central office do? What exactly is a shared responsibility between principals and central office? And what might the principals have the authority to do entirely on their own? So for example, central office might be charged with making the decision for what areas do the coaches focus on. Are they there for early literacy? Are they there to improve the use of data? Are they there to improve student engagement and social emotional learning? There are a lot of reasons to have coaches. And in many districts, that would be ultimately decided by the central office, but with something that we call meaningful input from the principals. Meaningful input from the principals means that before any decision is made, there's a lot of discussion, open discussion, honest discussion, review of data. That this is not just a decision that is shared with principals when it's 99% done. You say, hey, anybody disagree? It's meaningful input is a process that really helps principals get behind a decision, even if the decision was ultimately made at the central office. I think another aspect that might be often set at the central office level would be, hey, if I'm a coach, do I spend half my day with teachers, 3/4 of my day with teachers, or am I doing so many other things that I only spend a couple hours a day with teachers? There's not a right or wrong answer to that question, other than not having an answer to that question. And again, in this example, the central office would say, hey, if you're a coach, we expect you to be with teachers 4 hours, 4.5 hours a day. But the principals had a lot of input before that decision was made. And then ultimately, often it's the central office who will create a rule. This is called rule-based staffing that says, hey, each school, you're going to get 1 FTE for every 15 staff who are coached. So if you've got 7 staff who are coached, you're going to see about a half-time person. If you had 3 teachers are being coached, you're going to see, you can do the math, I think it's a 0.2, but there's a formula. And I can't stress enough the value of having small schools to have a formula. Because one of the areas that often creates friction is to say, hey, well, I have a half-time coach, it should be a 3/4 time coach. I have a 0.2, it should be a 0.4. That is just a topic that is in every district a tug of war. If you create a formula, it is not a tug of war anymore. And so part of our work with MAUSD will be both creating these decision-making rules, but also helping to draft and discuss some of these allocation formulas. So you can see a bunch of things made at central office, decisions at central office, but lots of input for principals. But there might be some things that are so important that you really shouldn't move forward unless there's an incredibly high level of alignment between principals and central office. So for example, I've worked in systems where hiring a coach requires what's called a 2-yes system, meaning that central office and the principal have to say, yep, this is a coach we should hire to work in my school. And if either one of them says no, then the answer is no. And again, there's a list of things that might be so important that you have to do it together. And then lastly, there are going to be some things that, it's the principal's call, the principal will manage, the principal will deal, and everybody knows that. So this is, again, not a recommendation, but an example of bringing a great deal of clarity to how decisions are made and how staffing levels are set. And if you can have this, what ends up happening within this framework, principals in central office can manage staff and other decisions very cost effectively. If you don't have these decision-making rights and these formulas, what ends up happening as you try to manage shared staff or staff wearing multiple hats, you end up arguing much more about who got to make the decision or what the staffing level would be than actually planning and working to be cost effective. So this is really the environment, creates the environment to manage very cost effectively and to really implement all of these efforts really, really well. And so that's kind of an example. So we are deep into the work with the leadership team. We were at their recent retreat for a couple days where we rolled up our sleeves and started actually writing the decision-making rules. We'll be joining cabinet meetings throughout the fall and winter to continue writing these decision-making rules. And I will say, and ask Carla to weigh in as well, who's been part of this process, I think things are going really well. These are hard and complicated discussions. There can be hurt feelings or emotion and baggage from history, but people have been incredibly professional, incredibly thoughtful. I think the first draft of what we've created is really aligned to best practices. Still much more work to do, but we're in a very good place. Yeah, so overall, on track and on schedule. Carla, just to share a bit of your observations as you've been on this journey with us.
Sure, I would add that the conversation appears to be forthright, with people putting their perceptions of history, their perceptions of need, their perceptions of what works, what doesn't work, what might not work on the table, and people listening carefully. And as you said, Nate, these are complicated. They seem like there should be simple decisions. They're not. The complicated discussions, absolutely progress is being made. And I think there's going to be a much greater clarity and therefore capacity to collaborate effectively and efficiently going forward.
The last thing I'll say is, again, all of this is in pursuit of two goals. One was to really be able to maintain and manage small schools in an era of declining enrollment well and provide, not just survive, but provide great levels of service and great services to kids. And secondly, and again, really exciting, you all have a really good strategy for helping raise achievement and meet the needs of kids. And it is widely shared amongst the leadership team. And so I think this process is going to enable both of those very good things to happen, to be able to manage your resources well, and to be able to implement a good strategy, but implement it even better and more smoothly. So we're optimistic, but much work is still ahead of us. So with that, I will stop talking and happy to take any questions folks have.
So Nate, I was curious, one of your top bullet points in the shared responsibilities was design of the coaching model. And I'm curious if there's been much exploration of, in the multiple hat role, of coaching coming from internal sources, from the teaching staff themselves, rather than in the principal group versus adding staff to that function. Is that been part of the mix of the discussion?
Yeah, it has. So again, early on, so one of the things that came out of the discussion was, in fact, that it would make sense to have a discussion of the coaching model. To be, I think historically, the coaching model was designed primarily at the central office level. Principals were given an opportunity for input. I would say for a host of reasons that wasn't a fully open two-way conversation. And so I do think it, as of this moment, the coaching model is mostly a central office design model. And whether that's good or a bad model, that's typically not a great way to build widespread support and buy-in. So one of the things that came out of the decision-making process we led was that the model itself should be discussed with that meaningful principal input. Didn't mean that the principals get to redesign it from scratch, but that really to have that opportunity for meaningful input. And so I believe that the plan is over the next few months is to have that. We've actually designed a decision-making process for like how the cabinet will discuss some things like big discussions like the coaching model. There's actually a 6-step process we've helped model. So they're going to be going through that over the next few months. And to your point in particular, I think part of the model is, hey, should these be dedicated people? Are there ways for teachers or in-house staff to play a bigger role in that? Should it be some mix of that? But I think really taking a half step back, recognizing that coaching is central to your strategy and a critical best practice, but do take a half a step back and say, what is the best model? And with all the options on the table, meaningful input from principals, and ultimately a decision made and then implemented well.
And Nate, I would add that that's a particularly timely conversation because many in central office and in the building level administrators are new, and they weren't involved in that initial conversation and initial creation of the model. So it is particularly timely to take a step back.
Krista.
Yeah, hi, Nate, Carla. So I think maybe you were getting at one of my questions, which was around, will you be providing coaching on what meaningful input looks like? And it sounds like maybe through this decision-making model, that's an example of what meaningful input could look like. And if you have anything to add on that, I'd be interested in hearing it. But I also was wondering if at any point there's a conversation once a model that's been collaboratively developed is established, will that be communicated with building staff? Like, in what way can that be communicated across the organization? Because that seems also really critical to buy-in.
Absolutely. So a couple of great points there. So one is we have been very explicit in working with them to help define what is meaningful input. And there'll be a number of opportunities to practice that in the coming months, and we will definitely be checking in to see how well that worked. And to be fair, we've been very clear as well that when you have meaningful input, probably 50% of the time, the decision doesn't go your way, but 100% of the time, you should feel heard and you should understand how the decisions were made. So, this is not consensus building. This is, there's a great line that, great decisions are made through constructive conflict. People should discuss, debate, be heard, but then ultimately decisions made. I think, and then one of the other aspects, if you actually look at the list of decisions that we're mapping out, one of the decisions is who communicates to the staff. And how is this story told to a larger audience? And that too is being mapped out. And so often what you want to see, a common best practice, is even if the ultimate decision was made at central office, there is huge value in principals delivering the message to teachers. But that only works when there was great understanding, there was buy-in, they understand how these decisions were made. And so what ends up happening is, if there wasn't meaningful input along the way, often you can't have principals as spokespeople. And so I think I think communication just generally improves and implementation generally improves when you have a very thoughtful decision-making process.
probably a couple of years ago, I read I think it was the DMG report that you worked on with a team to, that had a lot of best practice staffing, right? For special education and all across the board, but the numbers seemed to be for better fit for bigger schools, so I guess that goes to the shared staffing, but you've also talked a lot about the master schedule in some of your work. So do you feel like one part of that was access to core instruction and the fit blocks or win blocks that we have where they can get extra time with their teachers? Do you feel like looking at what we have that we can implement best practice? And do you think that this would transition well for us if that we would be able to use some of this if we merged with the neighboring district? I mean, it would need a new master schedule, but some of these concepts would apply and still be able to be carried with us if we made a change like that.
Great question. So a few thoughts. And one is, yeah, there really is a well-established set of best practices. We talked about it in that report. I know the state has embraced them pretty thoroughly. I just really excited to share, and I want to make sure everybody hears this. The strategy that the district is pursuing is 100% aligned to those best practices. And it is 100% aligned and has, I'd say, 100% support from the leadership team as a strategy. Again, not 100% support on how those decisions were made to implement it, but that's the how question. The what are we doing question, it's the exact right answer and very widely shared. Now, to do that cost effectively, to be able to implement that plan, you do need interventionists, and you do need coaches, and you need high quality core instruction, and you need support for problematic kids with problematic behavior. All those things that you need, if you don't do it cost effectively, meaning partial FTE, shared staff, or people wearing multiple hats, you will have a hard time actually implementing that plan if you're not cost effective about it. The flip side is, if you embrace this cost effective mindset, you have plenty of funds now and in the foreseeable future to fully implement that plan and all of its supports. So that's the good news. And I think to your final part of the question, yes, if you merge with another district, the same plan should carry forward. The formulas get adjusted for the change in enrollment. But yeah, none of this should be derailed. It's funny, I've seen this implemented in the smallest of school districts, far smaller than you, and I've seen it implemented with 50,000 kids in a district as well. The strategy is the same, the implementation definitely changes.
You had touched upon the wider audience, and I am thinking that the whole title, cost-effective mindset. There's a lot of comments out in the district, voters, parents, whoever. Well, we should be running our district that way anyway. What's the difference? And I can see with this presentation from an internal point of view, a lot of it makes sense, and I'm excited to get updated about it. But I don't quite know, or I'm not sure how we convey this out to the wider population so that they can see value. And maybe part of it is putting the term cost in the title of what this might be. I'm also, so it's rather nebulous as to what the cost avoidance is, I guess. And I'm also and we as a board have not discussed at length or considered the weighted student funding. And sometimes I think, based on comments from the general public that that might be the concise way to demonstrate the value that this is being done with prudence with respect to budget. So I would like to hear your perspective on that.
Sure. So I come at this from a couple different vantage points. So one is I spent 6 years on a school board, so I've sat in your seats. Very glad I'm not. I've been a superintendent, so I've sat in Patrick's seat. Very glad I'm not. I'll tell you all, being a consultant is easier. But I think what I've learned from both those roles is that there are some people who want to do this because it's the cost side. You know, it saves money, it keeps taxes down. There are other people who want to do this because, hey, it's going to be great for kids. And there are other people who want to do this because it increases a sense of fairness. And I think as a board, my suggestion is to really be messaging that it is all three of those things. And that's where this is fortunate. It's not like an either or. You should be doing this because, yes, it's very respectful to taxpayers' hard-earned money. But it's also the best way to help the most kids achieve at the highest level. And it creates a great deal of, I think, fairness that schools are going to get what they need, and recognizing that your schools are different. They're different in size. They're different in the makeup of the kids who go there. And so I think it is trying to communicate that this is good for multiple reasons, not just one, is the best way to bring people along. And I think ultimately, at least my sense of why this got started in the first place, is it's going to allow you to, you will have declining enrollment, it appears. You will have, budgets are going to get tighter when these ESSER dollars go away. It allows you to, in the long run, provide really great services and quality of education to your kids in a world of declining resources. So I think those are all the reasons you do it. And I just think it's very important that people see and understand that it's not just one of those reasons.
Nate, I just wanted to jump back to your very last slide. Is that possible?
I can, let me,
Add on the timeline.
yeah, let me share my screen again. And I assume it's not this one, but this one.
Yeah, I was just, this kind of went by pretty quick, and I just wanted to be clear about it. Spring is the work that you've already sort of accomplished.
Yep.
Right?
That's correct.
So this is current. We're at the end of the summer. You're kind of in the analysis phase still, and then fall and winter. What's the timeline for what you think might be the wrap up of this?
Yeah, so I think it's funny, we're legitimately mapping schedules this week with Patrick and his team, but I think we are looking in the December, January timetable to complete all the things we promised to do, which was really helping create those decision-making, very formal, very structured, very codified decision-making for the positions that have been both most important to your strategy and, I will say, where there was the least agreement. So we're working to bring clarity to instructional coaches and interventionists and coordinators. We also wanted to bring clarity to how decisions around facility projects are made. And those are like the very specifics. In the larger sense, we're also, and it's actually starting to happen as we speak, is to create some new norms for how other decisions will be made, like how you're going to discuss and plan and review the coaching model. And then ultimately in this process, to also introduce this idea of rule-based staffing. And again, ultimately the board and others decide what those rules are, but it is our belief that in a district that has schools of very different sizes and some of very different needs, having rules for how you figure out how much staff goes to each and rules that people feel good about brings so much peace to the process. Because basically in every district in America, every principal wakes up first thing in the morning thinking, what does my building need? And more seems better than less. And that's just human nature, but that's not a great way to approach managing a district with a lot of schools and managing a district with changing enrollment. So still a lot of work to be done. We're really happy with where we are so far. And as I said, that December kind of January wrap up seems in the works.
Thanks.
Good.
The history of how we got here seems primarily to come from the role of the elementary schools. So I'm just curious if the perspective in your process has been primarily from an elementary school principal, or how also the high school fits in with some aspects of it.
No, that's a super helpful question, and one we thought a lot about. And so early in this process, we did we did a bunch of one-on-one interviews with each of the principals, and obviously we'd done a lot of interviewing in our prior contract. And here's what I would say, is at the elementary level, it's completely obvious. When you have 5 different schools with 5 different principals and you have to decide, and it wouldn't have been crazy to think, hey, many of these issues don't apply in middle and high school, but they seem to. In different ways, staffing formulas, there's still somebody had to decide how much staff went to the high school and the middle school. Now, clearly there wasn't that obvious versus the other middle school and the other high school, but there still had to be that decision. And if you looked at our report, even though there was far less, say, friction or debate about middle and high school staffing, there was not a lot of cost effectiveness there either. So there was really a real opportunity, I think, to bring that structure. And for things like instructional coaching, which is still, it happens at the high school and middle school, it's still a central office kind of led effort currently. Could be more meaningful input from the leadership at the middle school and high school. Now, what I think is true, and you'll see it in our final work, is like that document that we're trying to create that says, hey, this is how you make a decision and manage instructional coaches, for example. There's actually an elementary flavor and a secondary flavor, and much of it is the same, but I don't think 100% of it will end up being the same. So I'd say they're middle and high school, it's still a value. There's a lot of commonalities, but they're definitely a little different as well.
Yeah, could I just ask a little more about that? I was thinking back to when you talked about the benefits and you listed like maintaining all schools, small schools, serving the needs of students well, and having a fair, reasonable, and sustainable process that includes staff. And Sarah's question just made me think about, do you think this process will also help ensure robust programming in our middle and high school?
Absolutely. I think this is a district-wide approach. If you know anything about working with us, you don't want great schools. You want a great district. All your kids are going to move through this whole system. And obviously, things will get implemented differently, elementary versus middle and high school. But this is really a decision-making process and a cost-effective mindset approach that applies to every school. And its goal is to be able to have great services, middle and high school as well as elementary. And it really is looking at the place as a system. It is going to help make that happen. The other thing, and again, I know it's in our report, which I assume all of you have memorized completely. As you look at the demographic, or the projected enrollment, you saw a decline in elementary enrollment. I know that put pressure on the elementary schools. The forecast that we shared, that NASDAQ shared, says that the elementary enrollment is stabilizing, but that bubble of declining enrollment is now going to start moving through the middle school and high school as those kids grow up. And so your shifting enrollment is continuing, but you're going to see it over the next 3 to 5 years, more at the middle school and high school, and less, if NASDAQ is right, at the elementary. And so I think having these kind of rule-based formulas at all the levels is going to be very valuable, because there is a big shift or forecasted shift in middle and high school enrollment. Whereas over the next few years, elementary may plateau.
And Nate, I would add to Krista's question that the work we're doing is going to help the district manage shared staffing and staff wearing multiple hats better. And shared staffing and staff wearing multiple hats is going to be essential at the secondary level to maintain rich programming.
Thank you.
So you just highlighted, Nate, that elementary schools are stable, but your report and you just mentioned that they're still declining at, I don't know, the 3 or 4% per year, which obviously is not as drastic as what we're going to experience at high school, but nonetheless it is a continued reduction that I would think we still need to be mindful of, because after a few years, you're at 10–15% reduction from where you were 5 years ago, that type of thing. So I guess I get a sense of maybe false security that we're all done with the decline in elementary schools, but the numbers don't necessarily indicate that.
No, I agree completely. I'm not suggesting stop worrying about elementary enrollment, but I do think that in our conversations with the public, back in our prior contract, most people seem to be focusing on elementary enrollment and the impact that could have on staffing and services. And again, one of the findings of our report was there didn't seem to be as much attention focusing on the enrollment side at the middle and high school. And just wanted to highlight that they're going to see declining enrollment, and because what you saw first, and this is true in every district, elementary kids are younger. Whatever happens there, move ahead 5 years, they're all in the middle and high school. And just wanted to put on the table for you all that some of the challenges that you have seen recently, say the last 5–6 years at the elementary around enrollment, are going to be moving up to the middle and high school next. Didn't mean that there's nothing to worry about at the elementary, but it just seemed to us, I'm not saying the board, but the public at large, didn't seem as focused on middle school and high school enrollment. And I just think this process needs to help you K–12.
Nate, so thinking about this sort of topic and projections and things, one of the narratives that I hear some in the community is that there's a belief that your report suggests as though the cost effectiveness work that we're doing right now in MAUSD alone is sufficient to produce the savings to keep MAUSD viable through the foreseeable decline in enrollment at the secondary level, which is going to actually impact us more significantly than the decline we've seen at the elementary, given the equalized pupil formula, et cetera. And that there isn't a second cost-saving measure needed, like the merger, to keep that viable, in particular at the secondary level. Can you sort of elaborate a little bit on,
Sure.
on what you reported?
Sure. So I think, weirdly enough, both statements are true. So here's what I know for certain. Managing declining enrollment and shifting enrollment, for that matter, is always difficult. Every district in the country. If you have a good strategy that is widely shared, which you do, and you have a really good decision-making process, which creates, buy-in at both central office and the principal level, and you have thoughtful staffing rules that actually reflect, hey, fewer kids, we need fewer staff in this building, and it's not because I'm mad at you, it's just because you have fewer kids and we have a rule that says exactly how much less. That process, this cost-effective mindset process we're talking about, is one of the best ways of managing declining enrollment and serving your kids well. So I think that as a foundation, you want that. And it is a good way to manage this declining enrollment. I think particularly in middle schools and high schools, where you want to have a significant breadth of offerings, the larger your middle school and high school enrollment is, the easier it is to provide a really wide range of offerings. And so I would say that if you did not merge, did not get a larger middle school and high school population, the cost-effective mindset is the best way to manage that. But you will in fact be managing a reduction in what you can offer. It's a good way to manage a bad situation, and way better way of managing a bad situation than not having a cost-effective mindset. But a cost-effective mindset alone won't allow you to maintain and expand offerings, particularly in the middle and high school, where you got only 2 kids who want to do something or 5 kids who want to take a class. The cost-effective mindset says, hey, we have a really good way of not offering that class. And people will know why, and they'll have had meaningful input, and it'll be a thoughtful decision not to do something. And if you had a larger population of kids, that same process would have allowed you to get to the decision to keep the class or add a new one. So that's how I would say yes to both.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nate and Carla.
You're very, very welcome. And again, things are moving in the right direction, at least for our work. Really want to commend both the superintendent, central office, and all the principals. This is hard work. And as we've said, there's history, and everybody has really approached this thoughtfully, professionally, openly, and as a result, we're very happy with where we are. Still far more to go, but so far so good. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank
Hey,
you.
enjoy the rest of your meeting. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. So we have time built in for a break. So if you want to take 15 minutes and be back at the table at 12:45, ready to move on to the next thing. And I believe the admin team is free to leave at this point. So thank you for all for joining us. Mostly a discussion and a chance to, gain some understanding and work together. So the first thing we're going to ask you to do is start by reading the policy, the board governance process, which is A4. It's attached to that plan.
Yeah, it's not, there's no paper copy, is that right? I don't think we have a paper copy of it. I printed it out, but I think you have to look.
Yeah.
Does everyone have that?
Questions are, what questions do you have about this policy? What is our board doing well with respect to this policy? And what are some examples of challenges we have adhering to this policy? And we're going to ask that you give specific examples if you see something that we seem to need, that we need to work on. Let's hear about it. So as we were planning this portion of the discussion today, I think that Patrick and Krista and I all came to the one common realization that we didn't want this discussion to sort of be a gotcha moment for any specific board member. It was more of an opportunity for us to have a discussion and talk about where we can improve and how we can work together to improve. So I just want to sort of frame it as that, because we did ask for specific examples, so I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, it was dump on dawn day or dump on whatever day. So we can approach this one of two ways. We can collect all the cards and just work through them as a group, or we can go around and have each individual share them and just work through it. If you have a preference, let me know.
Share, take my notes, sorry. Yeah, they're scribbling, so. I will rewrite them.
I would rewrite them for anyone.
Yeah.
All right, so do you want to break, do you just want to start one question at a time and go through them like that? All right. So in regards to what questions do you have about this policy? Anyone willing to start the discussion?
You just go around the room.
Sure. Who wants to start? Steve, would you start?
Might want to give somebody else a chance to say,
I can start.
Okay, Krista, that'd be great.
One question I had is, do we need to add any new language to this policy? So, I was just remembering how when most of our policies were developed, they were like templates of policy governance policies. And as we encounter different situations, we're refining different policies, and a lot of times the need to do that doesn't come up until you're in a challenging situation where you're like, huh, this is interesting, and maybe it could be articulated more clearly. So that's a question I have. And at some point, if we get to it, Don found a really good example of a specific component of this policy from the South Kansas School District that we can maybe talk about, but their code of conduct component is much more specific than ours. So I just wonder, would that help us?
Any other questions about this policy?
is, so under the committee structure discussion about the role of subcommittees. That's in there, right? 4.6. I don't know if it's appropriate to bring up, we sort of banty about adding subcommittees during the course of the year, but we don't ever seem to get to the point of creating them. And whether we feel we still need them or trying to move that discussion somewhere so that we all understand what we're doing.
Right. Kevin?
In 4.3, 1, 2B, and 5, it talks about specific dates, and I get really confused sometimes. I guess jumping down to 5, we do the superintendent's evaluation in November. I guess we do that. In item 1, it says the cycle will conclude each year at the last day of September. So to me, I'm not clear on that, and it doesn't make sense that we would do that in September as opposed to align it with the retreat in August, because it's almost like we're all done with the school year, we take a break, then we come back into what we're doing now to gear up for the next year. So I question if that's in sync. I highlighted 2B. Why did I do that?
Well, I sort of had some same questions about most of the items in that same section.
And I think that maybe had the same thing, as I'm not really clear on those.
Just are we really following what these subparagraphs
Exactly.
say? And if not, should we relax them or not be so specific about them, or maybe be more specific about them?
Aligning with reality.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my question.
Okay. Yes, for me, well, I guess it's kind of a struggle, but I need to better understand how we do the linkage between ownership and operational system without, while staying in the future versus being in the past and present. So those are just two things that are kind of conflicting for me there.
Where's that, Liz?
The linkage, because in there it says that we 4.2. Yeah, we.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which numbers are in?
4.2. I understand how the different goals and we have our communications and that we're doing, it's just conflicts.
Yeah. I was on 6 of 4.1 about monitoring, and I feel like we ask a lot of questions at the end of every meeting that are about specific to the chair, but otherwise, the only question we really ask is like, what went well with the meeting, what could do, and I just question whether that's the right question or whether it needs a more specific or an optioned response.
Well, if it's specifically asking that we compare board activity with our policies, I'm not sure that our survey does that maybe specifically.
Agreed. But it's like, was this effective is what's like asked about the chair, but not were like we effective as a group. Was there?
Any other questions?
I have one. It talks about 4.1 governing style number 3, the board will enforce upon itself whatever discipline is needed to govern with excellence. But I don't know if I know what our disciplinary process is. So maybe that needs to be more clear.
Solitary confinement.
That's right. Blogging.
Mine was, I'm struggling to find what number it is, but I will find it. But it was around the timeline for submitting something for an agenda item. And I think there's a 7-day submit to the chair 7 days before and or something like that. I'm gonna find the number for you, but I was just wondering if that gives us enough flexibility to add things that are emergent or under fire, or something that we actually really need to discuss, or something that's troubling the community at large. If that's enough, that's we need to be able to react.
4.32C.
Thank you.
I had something similar. I think I mentioned this before, but for instance, at the Career Center, one of the first things we do at the beginning of the meeting is we approve the agenda. And people have the ability to make a comment on the agenda. Because a lot of times last minute things show up in the agenda or and some framework about whether or not an agenda item could be added during that period for discussion only. Obviously, we can't take action on it because it wasn't warned ahead of time. But potentially it could be added for discussion. What are the rules around that? And then also potentially adding to the agenda a period where we could talk about future agenda. Like, is there some way to add in the course of the meeting? Hey, you know, we know this is really pressing. We really should be talking about this next month. Add that to sort of a new business list for the next meeting. So it wouldn't necessarily involve filling out a form and filing it 7 days in advance and answering all the questions about its appropriateness. That could be done potentially in the course of the meeting during this little, you know, dedicated section.
Any other burning questions? All right. How about, what is our board doing well with respect to this policy?
Actually, Don, I did have one more
Okay.
question, I guess. And it's not so much really a question. I'm sure this is kind of really the crux of why this was put on the agenda today, but 4.5.3, having to do with members' individual expression of opinions. Just obviously that probably needs to be discussed. What's appropriate, what's not appropriate. What forms are appropriate for that. What's appropriate for timing. You know, I know some of the opinions that have been expressed by board members independently of the board to various bodies. Some of it may have resulted simply because of the pace that things were moving at and the inability to potentially talk about them in a meeting in between some of these things happening. Maybe that was out of frustration for some of that. You know, the events that were happening that they felt they needed to speak about. So that's just something to weave into this discussion.
Are we doing anything well? You should ask that question first.
I really like our partner monitoring system. Haven't done it as much, right? And I think my person was Patrick, so another person, but I do like the system that we have in place to contact each other and check in with each other and ask us questions about how we're doing. I think that's really good. We can get to know better.
I have a follow-up question to that. Could we review that? I have no idea what that is.
Good job.
Good on you.
And I feel like we've had lots of good consultations until last year. In one way or another, through our community engagement. Some things from different people that were great about our, feel like we've had good consultation.
So I think as a board, we value policy governance as a structure, even though there are various frustrations with it. And I think we, as a board, try to be cognizant of the advantages of that in our deliberations. I know it's been criticized to some degree over the past year, but we do have an agenda plan for the year. That's in my opinion is, at least, is fairly, it's pretty well laid out. I mean, there's obviously things that come up through the year that you can't anticipate. I think in the strictest terms of conflict of interest, lining our pockets and influencing contractors and all that. I think as a board, not necessarily to that extreme, but a lot of subtleties with it. I think we as a board are very cognizant of that and operate in such a way that we don't feel that we're being reckless, not reckless, but not putting ourselves at risk in tarnishing the districts per se with, you know, unscrupulous business behaviors and that sort of thing.
As long as meetings have been, I do think we have improved and been pretty effective with agenda planning. I think we're good at confidentiality. I think that when we, for like deliberations, when we were online and we had a specific sort of sequence and kind of time that you spoke, I thought that was effective. I think we struggled going back to in person. But I think we have been effective in how we communicate with each other. I don't think we have massive issues with like executive limitations or things like that. Like, we're pretty successful in some of those areas.
I would say all in all, I'm felt we've done a good job with the basics, 4.0, 4.1. Appropriate and respectful.
I have appreciated the flexibility in the agenda for like, especially the public comment a few times when, you know, we have like a really hot button issue and letting other groups speak more than maybe would normally be in there. I think that that's a really important piece of the perception for community as well.
This diversity of opinion. We're strong in that area.
We're very good at
I think Don does a very good job of making sure everybody's heard from.
Yeah.
We do a good job of checking up on Don.
Oh, geez.
I would say that if I'm in a pinch and I call on somebody, you guys always step up and lend a hand, and I appreciate that. So I think you all do that well. All right, now the tough one. What are some examples of challenges that you have adhering with this policy?
I'd actually run that list already.
Yeah, well, there are some of them, you're right. And give an opportunity if there was something that wasn't.
One of the things that I noted just coming in to the board at a particularly interesting was that there really wasn't a really well-established onboarding process that helped sort of bring you into where everything was for pre-havoc. So that might be something we can do better, is creating a robust process for bringing up to speed.
In general, or as a new board member?
Well, it said as a new board member that there's an onboarding. That we did that. But I didn't feel that.
No.
Timing was really
Yeah.
poor. Yeah. If I could do it over.
If everybody can do it over, there might not be anybody here.
We just need to get people to resign.
Yeah. But yeah, that's something that I just felt.
It's interesting because when I first started, it was maybe an hour meeting. And then you were done. And then you were jumping with both.
So I think, and I don't want to lift myself above this because I'm part of the problem, is I'm not sure how strategic we really operate at, given the aspirational goals of policy governance, if that's saying it. And it's hard, it's so much easier to want to know the examples, want to know when we should have information before it's too late or it's out there. You know, that stuff gets real, and human nature makes it relatable. I don't know if we, you know, and what was it, 2B, I think it is. 4.2 point. Oh, 4.328 to be where it talks about no, that's not it either. But anyway, somewhere in here it says, it talks about, you know, setting up a schedule to talk to visionaries and community, you know, key people.
Yeah, I have that same paragraph. 432AB. 432AB, basically. So this was something that Dave had mentioned a couple of times,
Yeah.
bringing in outside parties to
Right.
give us presentations on
And
what we're doing good, what we didn't.
And I kind of backed up a little bit thinking that some of the stuff we engaged Nate Levinson's group with is really in that mold, but I don't know if that was deliberate or just happened that way. So I think we have room for improvement to become more strategic and less operational, which is where everybody wants to be. And also there was something in here about broad-based ownership, discussions of ownership, and I've harped on this before, and I don't know if it's even possible to get broad-based input from various constituent groups, if you will. It's so hard. You obviously get what people want. When people have an issue, you obviously hear from them. But the people that don't have an issue, or the people that have a problem with conflict or speaking in public, if you will shy away from giving those opinions, and those doesn't seem like, and like I said, I don't know if it's even feasible or practical, but those types of people, I don't think we hear enough from.
And something along that same line, sort of having more autonomy to be able to, sometimes you feel a little bounded to the greater group. I'm not saying to express opinions openly, but sometimes you feel a little bit more bounded to the greater group, like it's inappropriate for you to hear from people who might have dissenting views or something like that, but it could just be my feeling too, but if somehow we could foster a sense of that, that autonomy piece of being able to be a link between this greater community and to the board might help a little bit with some of those opinions that are less loud.
I think we've struggled a little bit with a balance about when to call ourselves on, like research or finding or the information versus kind of publicly tearing our own system down, which is the opposite of, I think, our job. We should be promoting, and so I think we've kind of constantly walked this tightrope about where to be positive and where to be negative, and I think we need a more effective way to communicate in some situations. At the top, it was like E and G. E was like the collective rather than an individual decision. I feel like I wouldn't so much as go with individual as more as a town. I think that's been hard, like someone who has only been on a collective board. And then there are people that have a history of absolutely representing their town in something. And I think that's a hard one for us. And then I don't know if, I know we have a couple of examples of where we were reactive instead of proactive. And then some of that is a timing thing, and some of that is just how we responded. It was hard, things happen fast at times, but I'd say that wasn't an area where we had some slight problems. And then my fourth one was just our interactions with the outside, like the press, or like, when can you write something on Front Porch Forum, or when are you allowed to have, some people write a letter to the paper. Are you actually only allowed to write the letter to the paper if you don't agree with the board? Or are you allowed to write a letter to the paper when you're wanting to kind of promote the board's decision? It has seemed like you could only get away with going against your body, and I'm confused by that.
My biggest challenge is the piece about preoccupation, where this was where it's like internal preoccupation versus focusing on the long-term impact versus admin and programmatic means. So kind of like earlier, so much of it is of the why is in the means for long-term planning, and then even on our agenda, it's the ends, and the piece that was most appealing to me is the idea of knowing more about the means, right? So it's something that I feel like I struggle with a lot to find that productive balance.
Yeah, I didn't put anything down about that, our interface with the ends, because it looks like we're having another discussion about that later, so.
Should we move to some like brainstorming about.
Sure, and I think we have a music, yeah, we can write stuff down on that,
Or maybe just.
capture.
I can keep that.
So, everybody had a copy of this, sort of in the file. This is an example. This school district, like 6 years ago, when we had the federal mediators with us through the RBO process. This was a district they looked to because they were a well-functioning policy governance district in the West. And so they looked to this district, and I often keep track of looking at their policies versus our policies to see if something's missing. And so they have recently changed their policies to be called coherent policies. And they still use some of the language, like the shall nots that we use, you know, in our policies written in the negative, what you can't do kind of thing. And they still use that in some cases. I think it best describes some of what they want to happen or not happen. But this is they call it their governance culture. And it's explained out a little more. And if you read through it, it really does explain, you know, some of the a little more clearer picture. So it's an idea, or maybe it helps you think of other ideas of things we might be able to do to address our challenges. Krista, you please feel free to chime in.
Yeah, well, I guess what I was trying to do is chunk some of the things we've talked about into how to move the conversation forward. And some of the things that folks have mentioned, the questions and the challenges, I think, could be folded into a review of the policy language itself. And it looks like you're scheduled to monitor the policy in April. But, and some of the things I did it last time, so if we look at last April's, some of these things were mentioned then and captured. And so Dawn will reflect on that, how we've done since then. But I wonder if for the things that relate to the language in here, if we could maybe on future agenda, like propose some different language that could address some of the mechanical things, like what we're following, what we're not following currently, agenda planning, when is the cycle, that sort of stuff. That seems like the easier things to kind of tackle or try to address.
So for everyone's benefit, it's on the work plan, but at any time, as a group, we can decide to look at something again. So just because it's not on until April doesn't mean we couldn't say, we need to look at that in 3 months, or we need to look at that by this date, you know,
Right.
fit it in.
And we have 2 other policies that we were going to review the language of, so in our work plan, we might want to build in this policy as well for a language review.
And maybe it is around a mini retreat where we actually don't do a regular business and we add in the time to just work through this strictly by itself.
And some of this stuff was like going around to the committee structure. We did talk a lot about doing a policy governance committee. We struggled with figuring out how we were going to execute it. We wanted to be involved, how we were going to do it, so people didn't have to take a whole nother meeting time.
And so, like, that's still in our parking lot, it's not gone away, it's just a matter of how do we fit it into and manage our work. One thing to say is, we just got smaller, you know, we're getting smaller, so there's, like, our monitoring reports, people are gonna need to do 2. Some people will need to take on a second one in order for them all to be covered, so we'll just have to figure out as we move forward.
Is one of those monitoring reports what's the first one?
First one's 3.1, unity of control, that's due in September.
Are you talking about for this?
Something from, is there a 4?
Yeah,
4.1 is due
Yeah.
in September.
And can we look at 4.1? I just wonder if it would be a good exercise to like actually do it as a group and instead of doing it as a one person leading it. And I think it would have potentially helped me when I went to go write one, how to do it and where to maybe get thoughts and information on.
And that goes back to the boarding process as well.
Yeah, it just is, it's a lot to get thrown into there. You don't know where to go, you don't know how to do it. I think we'd be more, get better at it. I think we'd actually monitor how we do it. I don't know, just a thought, if it's
That's a good one.
Not-
And that's, it's on the work plan for September, so.
someone's writing, but we are all, you know, chiming in, and then it goes into, maybe it's a little bit delayed, but it goes into the process.
Just an exercise.
It's an exercise,
Yes.
and it's on the one we're talking about right now, so we just thought about it, right?
Well, here, you just take that and give it some good thought.
the thing that I'm wondering if we could brainstorm most is around some of the challenges we've had with cultivating, like, are we, you know, how do we speak as a whole versus as an individual? How do we incorporate divergent opinions? How do we deal with it if we agree as a body that this is what we're going to do, and then individuals choose not to do that. So when I looked at the board member code of conduct on the South Kitsap example, number 7, you know, I think a lot of these things we haven't done great with this year. And to Steve's point, I think some of it is about communication and timing and pressure. And I recognize that. And I think that's a place where we could probably, well, we might not be able to do all of that better because things just come at us, but I think like having a collective commitment, if you're on the board, to bring your to bring your opinions here to the table so we can have a dialogue about them first, versus out in the community and then the ripple effect comes back here. That's an example to me of something I would like to see us do better at. So I guess that's what I'm interested in sort of brainstorming is, as we start this new year, can we get clarity around some of the things that have been really, I think, damaging to our work as a group? And and are we all in agreement with what that commitment is? And if it's not, I mean, it's really hard to be on a board and have a different opinion. And that's not for everybody. You might decide, I can't do this well. I'd rather be an outside agitator, and that's a really important role too. I've done both. Really hard. But that's okay. But like, I think people need to really think about that commitment and what it means, and can you uphold it? And to call the board on, like, okay, I'm having really a hard time upholding this. We need to hash this out more. Like, that's totally cool, but we have to like respect each other enough to have a conversation here with each other.
I felt like there's one thing sort of missing on here that I
In
know
the
that I
South
had,
Kitsap
yeah,
or
that
in
there was some, I had evidence of that there were like pockets of people that were sort of meeting or discussing issues as a small team about how to like alter the course of what was happening in meetings, and you know, that's, you could feel that going on, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I'm like totally, I don't know, like who, and that's a trust eroder, and I don't know eroder. And I don't totally see that on there. Just like, where are you really allowed to, not allowed, but like, what's the responsible way of communicating when you're not in a public meeting. And the public's perception of who was on certain, sides and how they were trying to get certain votes and whatever. And I mean, I've read an email, so I know that was happening in some situations, and that was uncomfortable. To me, that goes on a code of conduct about.
Well, I'll say also that, what we've been going through over the last year or so was probably the most stressful thing the district can go through.
Yes.
So that's going to push this policy about as far as it can go and still have some semblance of hanging together. And as I said before, there were things that happened, like just the exchange of the amount of the tax rate that was going to be affected by that happened in a matter of days.
Right.
And there was no board meeting in the middle to discuss it. It had an immediate effect on everybody in the district. And so I think people felt they had no other avenue than to speak their mind, however they could speak it. So it's definitely pushing the boundaries of our framework here when things like that happen. And maybe it's enough to say, hey, we recognize that, we need to do better. We need to commit to it. I'm not sure how else you can add more language to it to change a situation like that, other than to acknowledge it and try to adhere to it better in the future.
For me, something like never embarrass each other in the district is probably impossible, right? Like that's just danger, right? So, but if we really focus on
No lampshade on the table.
if we focus on issues rather than personalities, right? Criticize issues or praise issues without personal attacks. I mean, that alone would have changed the way that I felt about almost all of the issues that we dealt with in the last year. We just gave it to that and just didn't, that was the thing that made me most uncomfortable throughout
I
this
agree.
process.
Yeah. I would definitely agree. In the 20+ years that I've been doing it, this has been so much more personal. At the table or behind the scenes of the table. And in front of you. Yeah. I have never been called such names as this time. By people who don't even know.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. And I always go back to this hope that, like if the person is acting out, as a community, like people around them will be like, oh, that's the person having a hard day, and they don't turn their judgment and kind of join in to bully with them. But that's just wasn't how it all necessarily played out this way. Like there was just, just didn't have some normal adult behavior that I generally expect.
Or just how we're actually able or allowed to communicate with Patrick, I think is like there should be allowed to be a respectful conversation. And it has felt like the community expected us to not have a respectful conversation publicly, and I don't know, I was hoping we could model that, but.
Yeah, I think for me, I always feel like we should debate and discuss and have different opinions, absolutely.
Katrina, if you want that to go back on, just hit the wrong.
Yeah, that very limited.
Making an executive decision.
Well, you're all looking at me, so you must also.
Well, maybe less.
I already had someone leave through.
I gotta give the architect who designed this place grief for them again.
So,
Since I used to work.
so a couple of weeks ago, the VSBA did a webinar. And
Now you have to speak up now.
so the VSBA did a webinar on Robert's Rules of Order. And part of all we have to deal with is policy governance, public meeting rules, and Robert's Rules of Order that the legislature told us we have to use because we're a big board, so we have to use it. And Sue, the lead person at the VSBA, made this comment, and I wanted to share it with you because I think it's a good frame of mind when we're getting to have a discussion. And this was the comment: the great lesson for democracies to learn is for the majority to give the minority a full, free opportunity to present their side of the case. And then for the minority, having failed to win a majority of their views, gracefully to submit and to recognize the action as that of the entire organization and cheerfully to assist in carrying it out until they can secure its repeal. That's what should be happening at this table. And I think we allow for diverse opinions and conversation, but it doesn't often feel like the minority realizes that this is where it happens, and when the decision's decided, then everybody moves forward until they can change.
So I wonder how much of that is sort of driven by community appeal, right? Because making hard decisions in the face of people who don't want to hear that a hard decision was made, then that's sort of where I get stuck too, is like, then I have to say, okay, well, I'm representing this group of stakeholders, but if I come back and say, this decision didn't sit well with people, it doesn't go anywhere, right? Like that sort of, because this decision's already been made, it's also rolling. So I wonder if there's a better way to frame a communication or put in a point about, maybe that's the agenda piece that Steve was talking about, like put it on the agenda for rediscussion or just like sort of ramblings on that we hear, because I think that's, I know I get stuck there a lot. It's not necessarily my opinion, but I feel this sort of pull to give what I'm hearing, because that's what I was selected to do. And I get stuck there a lot about how to do that well, but not undermine what the board sort of doing.
That one allows, are you a representative or a trustee discussion? That probably be valuable to be visited again as well.
And also the community engagement piece, I think in an ideal world, we would be getting a lot of input before the decision was made. So that way people know and we can say, and I feel like we've tried to do that in you know, as much as we can until things just got so set up that it went away. But the ideal is like, you know, and then you can reflect back and say, we've done this, this, and this, and we've heard all the input, and this is what we decided.
No.
I think similar to Aaron's things that I hear about it after the fact. So I'm kind of like, thank you for your comment. Like it's hard to then do something about it and feel like they're let them know that their voice is being heard and that it did take energy and effort to reach out to me, however they reached out. And I want to acknowledge that because we do hold community things when one person shows up. So I want to value the fact that they spent the time to write the email or to message me or however they reached out. And I think it's hard when that's all after the fact.
So just, this isn't what I raised my hand for, but just to follow on with it, there is a lot of importance in hearing what people have to say. To bring it to the table is important as well. I mean, if you're connecting with a certain group of people that you're affiliated with, it wouldn't necessarily be the same group of people that somebody else is affiliated with. So you have that chance to broaden the perspective. Going back to what Steve mentioned before about how rapidly things happen. You know, I'm probably the most guilty person in this room about writing personal emails and thinking it's okay that personally they put a disclaimer on it. Particularly with this recent start to go withdrawal effort. I think it's awful hard that, you know, there's probably, if you've got a yes or no vote, you've got two sides, and whoever wants to propagate which side, obviously, may be beneficial to the board's position, or it may not be. But there's a risk at the speed the board operates at, given the dissenting community in that particular case. It ends up being a gap in position, if you will. And I know the board, we as a board can't propagate a yay or nay, but we can certainly lay out the issues. And when you've got a dissenting, and there's so many different ways the media can operate. When you have a dissenting group that's contrary to the position that the board determines or seems to be working towards, putting things on front page forum every few days, getting the ear of this recent case, the editor of the local newspaper, and just all that stuff just reinforces a position that becomes more lopsided, whether that is true or the actual position is enforced or not, but pretty soon it starts to snowball. I think, and like I said, I'm probably the most guilty person in the room, but I'm thinking about some of the upcoming issues, and if there isn't, and you know, there's board positions, but they aren't out there as quickly as word. They're not out there as quickly and as often as sort of dissenting counterpoint is. It puts the board at a distinct disadvantage, and if we start getting real crisp about people not presenting their points of view, if you will, could end up without any information. I struggle with a board position versus a personal one, to the point. And you know, if you look in the last year, we've had people that have put out sentiment on the board that put out sentiment. I guess if we want to start controlling the information to the board's point of view, we need to have some way to keep that board position out there at the frequency that anybody that chooses to dissent Or else it's gonna be a conversation.
Well, yeah, and I feel like the community engagement committee is almost like had to fill that. That's not really our role. We should be engaging with the community, not communicating, working on PR communication. And like in Addison Central, they have hired, I know her pretty well, actually, they hired someone to do communications and PR. Because it's like you said, like it's a constant, like it's like a pet that you have to keep feeding and taking out, to make sure your information is out there.
You were sort of
So we are at a disadvantage.
You were sort of acting in that role.
I mean,
over the
I
last
have-
month or so.
I have been, and it's been more than a month and it's on the work. And it takes the focus away from, like what Erin was saying before, which is how do we really have robust, regular engagement with stakeholders? It's more like how are we reacting and communicating to them.
Right, just to counter Kevin's point a little bit, you were asking people pretty regularly to put out the board's position on this last issue.
Yeah.
And it was difficult.
Yeah.
I can ask not to do it. And I should also say we need to lump in a little bit of the administration's discussions as well as the board. I mean, it's all part of the same broadcast. I think Angelo's editorial was a direct reaction to your letter. So there's a lot of this going on from different directions. How much control the board has over it, I think. And do we want to have more control, or do we want to have a specific person doing the voicing? That sort of thing.
Just out of curiosity, like when we make a decision, it's a public decision, so why are we not allowed to collectively voice, this is what we think? Like if we decide we should, as a group, really, we're voting regardless, but on the merger, should we not then be writing something and expressing it as a board? Like, are we, I wanna, obviously we always have to check with like legal, like, oh, you're not allowed to do that, but we were put here to have, create a path and have a decision, so we should be publicly able to state, this is the board's decision.
Yes.
And signed the board.
Yeah, and I don't know, because I was not at this meeting, but the meeting before the Starksburg information meeting, I asked John after Patrick gave his presentation to get consent from everybody about whether they agree, like thumbs, do you agree with the information? Because my reasoning was to try to clean out dissenting opinions and to get us all on the same page. So when we share the information, we were sharing it as a board, and similarly.
And I had to lean on that thought.
Yeah.
I had to
because
use that as.
This is what we agreed.
That's how I got the thing out.
Yeah.
Was leaning on the thumbs.
Yeah, and so similarly, like later on, when we talk about the merger, you know, we had this whole conversation about like, we need to know from everybody, what do you need? Right, to know if this is the right decision, because the next step is gonna be, we gotta start letting people know how we feel as a board. It's not yes, vote no, that you'll vote yes or no, it's more whether we agree or don't agree, and what do you need to know to feel confident about, are we all on the same page with this? We kind of said, but like, what are we, because you're right. And then we should all be able to go out and say to our community, this is the board's position on this.
Well, I wear two hats there. So the other hat I'm hearing along with 3 other people is, this is the route we believe in, and this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna lean on you.
if our group decides we don't agree with it, I'm gonna join, like you, I would have a hard time with that, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I think that's like a conflict we could see coming.
So in your case, Krista, if individuals start on the board, start doing,
Well,
if I understand what you're saying.
But this is the
individuals-
code of conduct, right? This is where we go back to the policy, which is to say that you're agreeing by following this policy that that we're gonna have that debate, you know, the quote from Robert's Rules, we're gonna like, you know, let's have it out, let's hear all the things. And that's, the public body should really hear us do that, right? They should have the opportunity to hear us, because we know a lot more about it than they do, so they should hear us chew on it. But then you're agreeing by being on the board that you will ultimately, you know, respect that decision. And cheerfully might be a stretch, but cheerfully support it. You know, and I mean, I guess we could talk about, what does that mean? Like, do you say to your friend, you know, I'm not sure I agree, but this is what the board came to, so I respect that. I think that might be okay. Do I think you should sound off on first form? No, but maybe we all need to say, this is our expectation for that. And can you adhere to that? And if not, maybe this role is not the right role for you. And I totally respect that. But I think these are the things that I think we wanted to bring out today, because it's only gonna get harder in the next 3 months. And it hasn't gone well to me.
Well, I think on the root topic, when we did our last review as a board, not as a group over the weekends, but when we talked about it later as a board, I can't remember, Don, what we officially did, but there was some discussion about us giving the merger group our position.
Yeah, Sandy suggested we like come up with a resolution or something.
Right.
It's the same notion that we,
You know, so that our position is known.
Yeah.
Whether other board members are in conflict or have another opinion.
Yeah.
Our position is known. That also allows the board to act properly going forward.
Yeah.
In terms of their interaction with anybody else. They can say, hey, you know, I can go back to the meeting minutes, I kind of dissented, but the board said this is where we're going. So that's why I was pushing during that little piece to make it official. What are we saying?
I just don't ever think we'll be able to discipline per se, right? It's like, we're always gonna be able to say, what we think with that, because I've actually found it really helpful that it wasn't, that we didn't all stay quiet, right? Like, I think there's the board statement and then the statements that say this is coming from me as a person, because just in our culture here, people are gonna speak their mind, right? And so I wouldn't want to silence one half of that conversation, right? So like, I definitely board communications, the merger study committee talked yesterday about getting information out so that it's identical across both districts and all towns, and sharing that. Definitely come up with our decision about it as a group and support that decision, but I also would be worried if we just kind of shut down one half of that personal communication. So I've gone back and read the letter that you wrote a few months ago. Yeah. Looking at it again. And I was like, wow, I want people to hear the deliberations that happen in the community input, you know, because so I want the conversation to be fulfilled outside, and it is going to happen in small places, in small ways, but I don't know. So that's kind of open, you know.
I think that's a good point, and I think maybe the distinction is when you share that without criticizing individuals, or I mean, there's been some really inflammatory language that folks have used that I think we could do it out.
And we could as a group decide that we're not going to personally attack any individual at any point in time.
Or the body.
Yes, or the body, like that is a, just the issue of the foundation.
I think I'm the newest one here, so much experience on the board. I feel like what the community thinks and what, like, let's say, okay, we hash all this out, we're like, okay, we make a decision, move forward on, let's say the merger is the next thing. But a couple people don't agree, but they're according to this one, and I go with the flow, and okay, this is what the board decided. That is not the perception of the community. it's going to say like, well, the board made you, or, you know, it just feels like it's already going to take on an animal of its own. And I don't know the best way to kind of like proactively attack that per se. If we, whatever changes we make need to be done before some of those big decisions happen and it's really pushed out. So for that, there's a really, really clear procedure, so we can say, you know, I can put out there, actually, I didn't agree on that vote, but the policy says that once that decision has been made, blah, 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 and that's what I'm doing, then I would feel good about saying that out loud. But I don't know that the public at large is going to. And the kind of a second part of that is the slippery slope of responding to comments on public media. It was super hard for me to not respond to some of the kind of outrageous comments and attacks. And I was like, oh yeah, I definitely can't put my name on that, you know, and making sure that I was the one being professional, but just watching it just blow up in flames was really, really hard, knowing that like the other people's names are connected to that. I really,
But then they also look at that silence as like, they actually don't have enough.
exactly. And so that was really, really hard for that with this article in particular, seeing people say like that the board was spending thousands of money on our taxpayers' dollars for propaganda. I'm like, really? Where was that? I didn't see that. You know, so like, there's that kind of stuff that I was like, wait, I think legally we haven't held that meeting. And I was like, I typed it, I was like, oh, I'm not gonna send that. You know, because it was just like that whole misperception.
Well, I even wrote to Don and Patrick about that one day, because I was just getting like email after email.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't even know, let me ask.
Yeah.
And
it
I
was
think
really
people
hard.
are, yeah, just, they're always assuming it's below board instead of above board.
Right, and that we're holding ourselves to a higher standard than just attacking. And I feel like that is the thing that we, how do we share that also?
Yeah, there's a good example is, you folks, the administration put out an email to all parents.
Yeah.
In the district. Well, I got a bunch of emails wondering if that was illegal. It was legal for you to communicate the board's position to all parents. in the district. That was an unfair propaganda blast that the other side did not have access to. They don't have the same email list, so they can't counter it, so it had to be illegal.
So, I mean, you're concerned, Bailey. Like I said, I was in that situation with the defender. You can counter that information professionally.
Yeah.
Which I think.
But it's hard.
But it's
Yeah.
incessant. I mean,
That's the problem.
it's
Right.
like.
I could have quit my day job just to respond.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that was my day job.
He quit his day job years ago.
Well, and I think like, so I was listening to this guy out in, I don't know, Iowa, who was a Republican, who was trying to talk to other folks about the election and just trying to present facts and facts and facts. And, you know, I think it's hard because you can do that all day and maybe you can go, oh, for some folks, there will just never be the right answer, you know, and some folks, but that is a frustration of being on the board, because you can never really. But one thing I do think is really helpful is if we try to encourage people to listen in to our debate. Like, so as we talk about this, to be letting people know, including the board is going to be talking about the merger for the next couple meetings. If you want to know what discussions are happening and what's being, you know, and make a comment and get involved. Because also people will say, like, how should I vote? I'm like, oh, meetings, I got first. Right. You know, get informed. So anyway, that I think can help a little bit. But.
So another, I didn't say it right last night, but there's two levels. One being the logistics, where you can lay out facts and let people evaluate. And the other is the emotion, which runs wild. And how you go about That's the right word, responding to the emotional side is so difficult.
Also, who is providing the message? I think it's really valuable when it's not administration, and also maybe when it's not us, like that there's members from the community that are on the PR team or on, like, if there was a way to have that. Just sometimes I wonder, oh, here we go again with either my name a whole bunch or Patrick's name a whole bunch.
That kind of goes back to the linkage piece, like, if we were able to, I'm just thinking about maybe the PTOs of schools, if there was some way to tie into them, because they're a good information center, right? And if the board could link up with PTOs and say, you know, here's what we're talking about, or even have them help us get out an agenda, or, you know, I don't know. We had other people that were major players do that kind of work with us.
It's also a good place to listen.
Yeah.
Information.
Yeah.
To be able to do it, put on the agenda to just listen. I know we can't always set, we can't go both ways or then it gets tricky. The other thing I'm wondering about is if somebody had mentioned this to me, because I thought it was a good idea, on the recordings of the meeting, if we could earmark or just say like at minute 25 timestamp starts the discussion for blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So somebody can be like, next, that's what I'm gonna listen to. That could be helpful too. I mean, you can get people to do it more, listen more.
Like what happens though if you do number 6? So you do not actually, right, but you like slam the superintendent in your letter to the editor as a member of the board, like what happens to you? Like what? It's
So the only thing that board can do that as I understand it, is censure a member. And in the past, it was a badge of honor to be censored. Fellow members. And there's little that we can do. It's not like we can say, you're off the board.
right.
You broke the rules, you're off the board. We can't because we're elected. So we don't have that.
But sometimes something happens before that where you'll talk to people, they'll express frustrations to you, you know.
Right, well, like, if something happens now, what happens is I privately have a word with that person. So if a member acts out, I would send an email like, hey, I wanted to chat with you about this before the next meeting. A better way to approach this may be, and spell it out kind of thing, but again, some members just constantly sit on that line where it doesn't matter that I said something once or twice, or so I don't know. And the other piece is we, as a board, could handle it, but
In the moment,
oftentimes it would have to take place in public session. So how do we walk the line of upholding a positive image and getting to the heart of the problem kind of thing? So it can be tricky. But I mean, every board member at the table has the ability to say, that is way off track and not appropriate. And then we can address it that way, as long as it's not, you know.
Is it a possibility to group that under personnel issues? Put it in executive session?
It's a leap, Dina has said in the past, it's a pretty big stretch. That is nothing I'd want to find out, like, I don't think the penalty is too steep. If you abuse executives, it might be, a fine or something, but it puts you in a position of being, not trustworthy, because you just break the rules kind of as you see fit.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just saying, the reason why I think that might be helpful is because we can obviously, in executive session, have a more frank conversation with this person. And they would have an opportunity to maybe vent some of this frustration, which might help them not do it down the road because they were able to speak about it there, but frankly. And two, you know, peer pressure is a motivator. And having the board sort of be able to speak frankly back to the person might have more of a constructive effect than sort of publicly slapping them on the wrist and not having it have an effect. So it's just throwing the idea.
There may be a way, but it would really have to be articulated in how it would disadvantage us. And so it can't just be, it's going to disadvantage us because we're gonna have it out in public. So.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I know we're at our break time, so I know we're past.
We're past.
But the badge of honor thing still stands, and there were things in executive session that are shared outside, and especially when somebody feels it was not something that should have been said there. It has happened. It may not be a problem anymore, but it was happening, and so I think when somebody's at that point, it's almost like more fuel for the fire, you know, like it's just gonna be like, oh, well, and then, you know, it just becomes, it's almost like whatever we can do to de-escalate, I think is gonna be best case scenario, which I don't think anybody can do it more kindly and gently and respectfully than you. I bet you're already doing what can be done, and I'm not sure if there is any amount of peer pressure that wouldn't just, you know, fuel the flame.
Sometimes when you, either it's written or whatever, you have, it, you know, that's actually like several paragraphs of untruths. And then you're like, do you take the high road and not respond so that we don't look like a body that's at odds? Or do you actually go, actually, this is the alternative? And I think that we've all been in some scenarios with that, and it's challenging too.
I tried to do that with the renovation votes when people were publishing. There was so much misinformation that people were purposely spreading. And I would just, you know, like someone said, oh, I was in Camel something. They don't, you know, they don't have these maintenance problems and blah, 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 and they don't spend money like this. Well, I went into their budget and found out, yes, they do, and referred to, so I just tried to stay really factual, but I also tried to correct that misinformation as it came out. But it's really hard.
And maybe that's one of the opportunities that we have, like if someone does put out a op-ed piece, to be flexible in our agenda, to just say, we need to take a second to talk about what that was, so that we're all.
And send a response. I did that. Angelo Lynn did the same thing with the renovation print. He didn't even read his own reporter's articles in the same issue and put misinformation in his.
That's what he did with the STARS program.
Yeah.
Same thing. He just took Nancy.
But I think the issue there is we can't, as a board, or we haven't as a board, operated as quick as it needs to be to respond to the almost continuous assault of the other point of view. That's a pretty significant undertaking.
But even if we had a blanket response that was to the effect of, we hear you, we see what you're writing, and we're working on it. I think even having some type of response is better than no response at all. Because I think it's fostering more distrust. It's like when you don't answer your kid's question right away, and then they sit there and they ask you 4,000 more times. You know, if you just give them like, did you hear you? I'm working on it. Sometimes that's a little bit easier to digest.
Kind of get it off our time frame.
I think this was important though,
Yeah.
and I'm really glad we had this conversation. And I think we have, we have processes in place that if we keep sticking to some of those, I think it will really help too, like the peer monitoring and, reviewing our policies and all that. And, yeah. Just trying to help each other be the best functioning unit we can be.
Fine. We have the board work plan on yet, and Patrick has shared that with all of you, but I think there's probably, we can pick some time for you, look at it, come to the September meet, the first one, we can address it. Either next week, we can look at it next week if you see something that needs to be changed, bring your feedback next week, we'll put it on the agenda and do that.
I think I might actually say on the work plan to adopt the work plan at next week's meeting, so you're right on schedule.
Okay. And meeting schedule, just so that was just about we're having, still sticking with the 2 meetings a month.
Yes.
And devoting one to regular business and one.
Somewhat fluid. In an ideal world, one, like every other month, we do something around engagement, which would be great. And if we may decide that when we get to the ends conversation, we use the other second meeting every other month to talk more about the ends. So we'll see if we get there, but I guess it just to start, we just wanted to see if people are okay with 2 meetings a month.
And so we're doing the third, what would they be? Doing the third Tuesday?
Second and fourth.
Second and fourth normally, but if the fourth falls on something, we bump it up, like next week we're having a regular meeting because the following Tuesday is not, school starting. School starts.
Yeah, well, I think one of the other thoughts about the other meeting previously when we were talking about subcommittees was that we might somehow use that as like September could be a finance subcommittee. And maybe the whole board participates rather than creating subcommittees if we can't create subcommittees, there's not enough people to spread around in subcommittees. Maybe we concentrate that second meeting on a particular subcommittee topic.
Or divide the meetings to.
Divide it up in half, so we're doing finance and facilities one meeting, and we're doing policy governance and something else the next meeting.
I think there's great value in us doing the work together rather than a small group of us doing the work and bringing it back. I think it increases everybody's.
And we can certainly assign like some homework for somebody at one of these partial meetings to come back the next time that shows up. Or maybe whatever results of that meeting are, can come back to the regular meeting for further action.
And then the last topic is around the Lincoln representation on this board. We asked the question of legal because I wanted to know when we formally accept Rob's resignation, if that puts us into that time frame of having to reappoint. The statute has a time period. Once you accept it, then you have this one to do something about it. So I really wanted the answer to the question. And we haven't had a regular business meeting to take up that business. So Patrick reached out to Dina, and Dina's opinion is that there's no place for the Lincoln representatives on our board because the State Board of Education removed them from our district. So they are their own district, even though they don't have a school that operating.
Then I read someplace else, it sounded like there was an official description of that being the opposite. That they continued to have representation until
There was an article that was by the new Lincoln School District Board that said they would continue to have, I don't know if that's the one you're talking
I
about.
don't think I read it there. I read it somewhere else. But it sounded like, somebody's determined that it's true. They're going to have representation for the next year until they're officially.
Have a school board. So this would be like the transition thing, like.
So they pay taxes to send their kids to MAUSD. Their kids are going to MAUSD. I'm not a Lincoln lover, but I think, and we talked about this before, and it hasn't worked very well, but there's some tactical things for the next year to 2023 that affect them. So I get it that they don't have any skin in the game, if you will, for anything past that strategic planning, if you will, which I think some of the representatives from Lincoln have not really acknowledged that necessarily, but there is this interim situation where if we wouldn't renew the vacancy, and we tell the current seat holder that they don't need to come to meetings anymore. I'm kind of conflicted about that.
The other question is, why would we go to Dina for this opinion? When the state board is the body that made the decision? Wouldn't it be their?
And what is clear from the state board is that effective May 18th, Lincoln is no longer a member of MAUSD. And then like, they'll be the first to say, we're not going to give you legal advice on what that means for your board configuration.
Really?
We're saying Lincoln is not a member of MAUSD. You should get your own legal advice on what that means. And legal advice essentially is, if they're not a member of MAUSD, what role then do they have in making decisions for MAUSD? I almost see it akin to a tuitioning district, right?
Exactly.
We're responsible for the education of districts that would tuition in. They don't get a seat on the board. It's almost sort of in that place as this in this transition year. And there was something else too that Dina referenced. They have a school board that is responsible for the education of K-12 students in Lincoln. That exists now. They meet regularly. Their work right now is exclusively really in gearing up for July 1. But to have a currently established school board and have representation on a different school board, both of them have responsibility for the same group of students, I think got a little bit kind of messy as well.
I have agreed with Kevin, and then every time I have brought it up with anybody, every single person has said to me, why would they have somebody on the school board?
Yeah.
So while I was thinking, yeah, because I don't like things could come up and whatever, they're like, the majority of your decisions are based on everything that's happening in the future, and maybe they come to board meetings and can offer thoughts, but maybe are not voting, or why, like, so I've been surprised by the public opinion, I guess. Is there?
Let's go.
I guess my thought was just then, because a question first, do we still hold any of their money in our budget?
Yeah, so the budget was built and approved, including the voters of Lincoln. And so Lincoln tax dollars for this year will be flowing into MAUSD.
Yeah, right.
As they have been.
So if their money is still tied up in our district, then it would feel funny still to me to not have anybody from Lincoln there, just I don't wanna say monitoring, but monitoring that, right?
That's basically it.
Yeah, and then, so if that's the case and they already have their own school board, then why don't we just invite the chair of that board? For the remainder of the Lincoln's tenure in MAUSD.
I think that's why I tried to kind of raise the tuitioning district
Yeah.
example, because in that example, we would have taxpayer dollars from the tuitioning town also. And that town wouldn't have representation on the board.
I guess I just had a similar question about the money. So in this soon-to-be school year, or this current school year, that the tax money isn't considered tuition money though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It is, although what the state board did say is effective May 18th, Lincoln was no longer a member of MAUSD. MAUSD was reconstituted as a district that has 4 towns. And Lincoln has its own school district and is now responsible, except that in this transition year, the responsibility for the education of the students in Lincoln falls to MAUSD. So it kind of says Lincoln's no longer an MAUSD, but the responsibility for their students' education for this one transitional year falls to MAUSD.
And here's just another example. Let's say you have some capital improvements that you wanted to do to Lincoln this year.
But we already did that budget. Everything that we're gonna be working on this year is for how we're gonna spend money next year.
Right.
Or the year after, right? Like, so last year we figured out what are the capital improvements gonna be, how many kids are gonna be
Yeah,
there,
we're
how
not
many
gonna
teachers
have
are gonna be there, the school's starting really soon, like that. The money has already been collected and essentially spent the way that I think about it. And then, so what we're gonna do is start figuring out the budget for the following year now. So
But that still means their money is spent.
One could say that Lincoln had representation when we set that budget to make those capital improvements. So I can agree with that. It's just that it's a funny spot to be in right now, where we might decide to execute the money that Lincoln agreed to last January, March. But that's not what Lincoln really wants to do right now.
We have we're gonna have to make an exit plan also, and I feel like there's a bunch of votes that a Lincoln representative should not be making, and I don't know how, like that to me, a total
And you
conflict of
expect for them to
interest.
recuse themselves if we have to negotiate the exit.
So I guess I have a question.
Can I?
Sorry.
I was just wondering if, and maybe not for right now, but maybe for our next meeting, if Patrick, like you could articulate for us what exactly is the difference between akin to be like, you know, when a student is tuitioned versus what? Like, I'm interested in the most clean way to navigate this. And I think if treating it like tuitioning students is the most clean way, I say we do that. If it's this other way, I say we do that. And so I guess I'm not clear, like, and what you think, or you and Floyd think in terms of how we deal with the exit plan and how we deal with all of that. It should just be the most clean and clear to everybody.
And one way to think about it is, you know, I agree we're in this sort of weird transitional place, right? If we advance a year, okay, Lincoln is on its own, it's operational, we're past July 1. Presumably, they're going to designate 9A as the one high school. That's sort of the best case scenario, I would say, for MAUSD. In that scenario, all of the presumably 7th through 12th graders from Lincoln are going to go to 9A. Lots of tax dollars are going to flow with those students into MAUSD. This board, without Lincoln, will be making decisions on how to spend those dollars. So, and that is a time when it's crystal clear that Lincoln is not a member of MAUSD, as it is actually currently crystal clear that Lincoln is not a member of MAUSD. And this board will be spending Lincoln taxpayer dollars to serve those students, just as currently this board is responsible for spending Lincoln taxpayer dollars to educate their students. It's just that now it also includes K-6. So that was sort of, as I've been wrestling with this and talking with Dina and hearing her thoughts. That's why the tuitioning aspect has been the best way for me to wrap my head around it as kind of the place we're in, even though it's not exactly that. And to some points made earlier, I don't know what decisions this board will make this year that only impact this year and not this year and years beyond. Those seem to be like very few. And frankly, if you're making decisions that only impact this year, you're probably doing too much of my job.
I was gonna say, we should be future oriented, right? That's our goal.
One has.
Future focused agendas.
So some context around conversations off the record with some of the Lincoln representatives. There's been some requests.
Well, you're on the record, so.
You're on the record, being recorded right now, so.
There's been some requests for consideration of capital projects. The conversation then turns to, at time of separation, exit agreement, that capital expense, the non-depreciated amount of that would be Lincoln Lincoln School District's responsibility to reimburse the other 4 towns. They stepped back very quickly on those soft requests of items that they would like to have some work done. So just to give you some context, that that separation has kind of happened because in my view, what was being asked by this person was to spend the Lincoln School District's money next year without them being party to the conversation. So we took it that from a respectful standpoint was where we should go as a group to say, or as a leadership team to say, hey, there's discussion being made by self-selected representatives to spend your money next year. What do you think? So
we'll have opportunities to talk a lot more and go in a lot more depth about the exit agreement in executive session mostly because it's negotiations essentially at this point. To Floyd's point, if we spend $1 million this year on Lincoln and it depreciates 3%, part of the exit agreement would say you owe us $900-something thousand for that $1 million we just put in this year. So that's what we want to be careful not to do because that obviously does not necessarily position a new school district that's getting up on its feet very well to have to come up with that kind of upfront capital cost. So those are the kinds of things that we're trying to be mindful of. Recognize that we're operating that building this year. We still own it. We still pay the bond on it. We're going to make sure that building is in the condition it needs to be to serve the purposes for this year and be sensitive to commitments we're making to the Lincoln School District and an exit agreement.
So does the board need to take an action to do this?
Kevin, he's been waiting.
So can you refresh me or us on the timeline for the exit agreement? When would we need to prepare? The towns need to vote on it, I guess, and then that's done. And then what happens if the towns don't approve it?
As I understand it, and again, I think this is all somewhat uncharted territory. This, unlike some other aspects of the process where a no stops the process, I don't think that's true of the exit agreement. I think what is true of the exit agreement is we stay at it until we have an exit agreement that is mutually accepted. So hard to know what that timeline would be.
Kind of like asking a question.
Right. So I think there has been some interest expressed from the Lincoln School District to vote on the exit agreement in November. Just to tie it to a prearranged vote and not have to do a special vote and all the cost work involved with that. Which means by the end of September, this board would have to act to accept the exit agreement, and the Lincoln School District Board would also have to accept that agreement so that it can be warned properly for that November 8th timeframe. And that work is ongoing. So Floyd and I are meeting with folks from Lincoln and talking it through and trying to find a reasonable path forward to bring to this board something that at least passes some initial tests and legalities. Cena's been working with us on as well.
So before we get too deeper in this, I want to just pause everybody and, because this is something we're going to talk about, so we don't have to hash it all out right now. We're going to revisit this probably next week and in the meetings coming after that. And there's some other stuff on our agenda that I really want to get to, so we can just put a pin in this for now. If you gotta hop up, there's some snacks in the kitchen, looks like they put out, so you can grab a snack. But we're gonna keep plowing ahead, so if you've gotta take a little body break, go ahead and do that. But, let's move down to where are we now and try and get back on schedule and get through this. Patrick, this is you.
That's me, okay. So there are a lot of moving parts right now from a governance perspective. It's a busy time. And I don't know about you all, but sometimes it's hard for me to keep track of what's happening when, and deadlines, and what's the timeline, and what's the impact with so many moving parts. So I, if for no other reason than for my own purposes, but I thought you might all appreciate it as well, put together a timeline, and Jennifer's going to share it electronically, so you can write on this, but you'll have an electronic copy as well. Just sort of starting with the July 20th state board meeting where the articles of agreement from the merger study committee were approved, and just kind of walking from there forward with various seemingly important decision points and processes. And I thought this would be a good way to kind of walk through the various actions, and we can also along the way kind of talk about potential impact of the various actions. And I see Oliver Olson, chair of the state board, is on, which is great. So if I'm going off on a wrong path, hopefully chime in and help offer clarification. So again, if we start with that July 20th board meeting, or state board meeting, that is where the articles of agreement that the Act 46, or not Act 46, that was the last merger study committee, the current merger study committee with Addis Northwest, brought the articles of agreement forward, and they were approved by the state board. The next really important date was the August 9th Starksboro ratification vote, which we know passed in Bristol and Moncton and did not pass in New Haven. There was some confusion. I think some folks thought that it was a commingled vote. So that caught some people by surprise. I thought we'd been clear all along that it's a no from one town stopped the process, but nevertheless, that confusion was out there. What that means is Starksboro's withdrawal ends for at least 2 years. There are sort of two scenarios that play out. So the withdrawal ends for 2 years from the date that their attempt to leave MAUSD was unsuccessful. So currently that's August 9th. If there's a petition for a revote and the revote happens and it fails, that new failed revote is the new start date, and it's 2 years from that date before an attempt to withdraw could happen again from MAUSD. As you know, we're in the process of talking about merging with Addis Northwest. If we create a new district, Starksboro can, 1 year from the operational date of the new district, initiate the withdrawal process again. So that's effectively 2 years also, because it would be at the earliest 1 year from next July 1. So in either case, essentially Starksboro can't initiate a withdrawal process again for 2 years. August 10th, and so I'm going to mention some things about what's happening with Ripton, because that impacts options that may have existed for Lincoln, which impacts what might happen to MAUSD. So it's a little bit tangential, but it's related indirectly to what might happen with governance in the region, I guess is the way to think about that. So on August 10th, the Ripton School District approved a warning. It's interesting because the minutes from that school district, the school board meeting, don't reflect the same date that the warning actually had that they adopted. So I went with the date that's in the warning, but just know there's maybe a little bit of a wiggle room there for what the actual date is. But the Ripton School District approved a warning for a September 29th vote to rejoin Addison Central School District. So if you recall, at one point, the thinking was, or sort of the common knowledge in the community was, if Starksboro withdraws, and Lincoln has already completed its withdrawal, and Ripton stays out. That there was talk about creating a mountain supervisory union. Whether or not the state board would have acted on that is uncertain. I think there was some question about the viability of even that supervisory union, given its size. But that was sort of the thinking. Now we know Starksboro is not exiting, so Starksboro would not be part of that mountain supervisory union. Ripton is now looking at rejoining Addison Central. If it completes that process, it obviously would not be a candidate for being part of the mountain supervisory union. And that kind of leaves Lincoln out on its own, really unsure what's going to happen in the end for Lincoln. There is some question about whether or not MAUSD will be forced into a supervisory union. I think the state board has, I think they find themselves between a rock and a hard place. I don't think there's a desire at the state board level to take a preferred structure as we are currently, and as we would be if the merger is successful, and deconstruct that into a supervisory union. And I think there's great concern for what's going to happen for the students in Lincoln. It's clear the students in Lincoln would benefit from being a member in a supervisory union. That could mean that thing the state board doesn't want to do, right? Deconstruct a preferred model is the lesser of the evils than not providing kids what they need. Maybe the other thing, the state board has reached out to see what interest there was from regional or area supervisory unions that currently exist, rather than making one that doesn't want to be. Can we place Lincoln as a district in an already existing supervisory union? For a whole host of reasons, there aren't any neighboring supervisory unions that are interested in taking on Lincoln. So there isn't a really clear best path, I don't think, in terms of how to manage all of that. So the state board has their hands full in figuring out how to navigate that. So I think it's less likely, given that Starksboro is not withdrawing, and if Ripton rejoins Addison Central, that we're deconstructed into a supervisory union, but it's definitely still an option on the table. This seems like a good point to talk about what options might exist for Lincoln still. Obviously, they could be placed in an SU or made their own supervisory district. Some other options that exist, don't seem likely, but exist. Lincoln School Board could choose to want to become part of an already existing supervisory district. MAUSD or Addison North Supervisory District, if that happens, or some other supervisory district. If they decide that's in their best interest, they would get permission from the state board to act on that. They would then hold a vote of the electorate in Lincoln to take that action to join the district. The district that would be receiving them would have to then vote to accept them in, and if all of that happens, they become part of that district. It's a different process than the merger process that we're in now, because we're talking about taking two districts and forming a new one. This would be simply absorbing a district into an existing one. That same process could be initiated by the receiving district. So if MAUSD, for example, thought it's in our best interest to take Lincoln in, we could initiate that same process, say that's our decision, get approval from the state board, hold a vote of MAUSD to see if that's what they want to do, and then Lincoln would have to hold a vote to see if they wanted to act on that. If all those things happen, they could join.
Should they maintain their own district? It's not what Ripton might do in ACSD.
They would not retain their own district.
Oh, so they would do what Ripton is warning about for.
Except it's a two-way versus Ripton, which is a one-way. Ripton votes in,
They're back.
they are
I believe
back
so.
in.
If Ripton votes in,
that's-
ACSD, I don't think has to vote to absorb. So that's one of the, if you recall, Lincoln pushed really hard to get action from the state board prior to the new legislation being signed into law. One of the off-ramps that Ripton is going to be exercising, it looks like, doesn't exist for Lincoln, because Lincoln basically disregarded the carve-out that the legislature created specifically for them by getting that action before any of the new legislation was signed into law. So they sort of abandoned some of the off-ramps that they could have had. which are akin to what Ripton is looking to exercise right now. So they have fewer options in Lincoln than Ripton currently does. And that's why the process is a little bit different. Of course, the other option is Lincoln decides to vote. There's a question right now whether Lincoln is required to hold a vote on the merger, or if it's optional for them to hold a vote on the merger. We recently saw some language in the statute that says both for necessary, which would be Addison, Northwest, and MAUSD, and for advisable districts, which is Lincoln in the Articles of Agreement, that a vote shall happen. So we had a prior interpretation before seeing that language, so we're trying to figure out, does Lincoln have to hold a vote to merge, or is it an option for the Lincoln School District to hold a vote?
Because they are advisory.
They are advisable. That is how it went to the state board. We did get, we reached out to the Lincoln School District to see, do you want to be included as advisable or not? The response we got from Lincoln came after we needed to submit the Articles of Agreement to the state board. The response from Lincoln was, no, we don't want to be included as advisable in your Articles of Agreement. At that point, it was too late. It was already moving forward, and the state board granted or approved the language which mentions Lincoln as advisable. In the end, the merger study committee has the authority to put in whoever it decides should be advisable. So even if Lincoln said no, if the merger study still said, well, we think it should be, they could have moved forward with that. So from a legal standpoint, everything is on the up and up. The question is just a matter of, does that require now the Lincoln School District to hold a vote, or is it optional? So we're working on that. So of course, the other option is if Lincoln votes to merge and the merger happens, they're part of our newly formed district and they're absorbed in that. So that's essentially, those are the options as I understand them in their entirety for Lincoln right now, to not continue on the path.
Is it in our best interest to say you should, or for us to hold a vote to say, come back in? I'm just curious, like, would that be an avenue that would be the most like way to, I don't know if that would be really resented, but because then they'd have to have one too. Or if that's something we should consider doing, assuming they opt to vote in the merger, that if the merger doesn't, that we should be exploring that as a plan B.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that the state's looking for stability in the region, and I think that's obviously our goal as well. And I just get curious if, I mean, I don't want to say it's their problem. It is, but it somehow has been made our problem, and I would like us to be able to have a little bit more control of this problem.
From my perspective, I think thinking about it in terms of stability in the region, yes, I think that would absolutely be helpful. And I think from a financial and student services perspective, it would be neutral to somewhat beneficial for MAUSD. And from my perspective, incredibly beneficial to Lincoln.
Right. Would they need to have a town vote first?
Either
one can.
Before, well, but in the end, before it's approved,
we'll have to vote yes.
We'll have to say yes. So something to sort of tuck away for a future date. There are options before we have there's an on board, on ramp that could be exercised. That would mean that's not necessary, but it's something to keep in mind for the future, depending on how things play out.
So I don't think anything that we would say right now as a board would be legally binding on anybody, but we could certainly put out a referendum or a here to come in this sort of formal position. Stating how I feel about it. Assuming we all agree on how I feel about it, but I certainly don't think that would hurt.
Yeah, I definitely feel really strongly after being doing a community engagement event at the elementary school for the murder study committee. I feel very strongly we should, they ought to have an opportunity to vote on this, so I would support that statement. Part of this is what making me think of the conversation about them having board members with us is the power that the board that they have holds right now. And then it was also they could get, if they don't have to, or if the shall is that they have to, that would be fantastic. But if not, they could do the 5% of their voters. I just think it kind of goes back to the other conversation a tiny bit in that some of the people we don't hear from just simply don't want to get involved because they don't want to be attacked. You know, so they don't want to put it out there and deal with some of the things other people are dealing with. And task forward as well should, there was education quality standards, right? Where so this is not what you were talking about, but if they continue on the path they're on, the state board does have something to say about whether or not they're meeting those, I believe. And that was how they got their approval, which you were asking about yesterday, was that they guaranteed that if they were not able to meet their needs, that they would have somewhere to go that could meet their needs, which we were one of those places. And my thing from the beginning years ago, the first idea was independent school, a little independent school, and approved independent school, which to me seems like the most aligned with what I've seen and wanting, frankly. Asking for and the way to go about it, and really rejecting. I listened to the State Board of Education, not State Board of Education, House Committee of Education and the Senate Committee of Education, and there were months dedicated to doing these special carve-outs for Tipton, Stowe, Lincoln, and possibly Starksboro, months dedicated to that. And they really strongly, clearly said, we don't want those. And I feel like that's the same reaction we're getting to the opportunity to merge with weekends. So it just, to me, makes me think about education quality standards for being an independent school.
This is a weird question. If Ripon votes to go back in, or Lincoln did the same thing, does the property go with it? Like school building, or are they actually just leaving their building behind and their kids are now going to down there?
Good question. My initial thought is the most likely building debt students, much like when we merged in other circumstances, the same process would apply. And there may be some room to have a conversation about what that looks like. But I think there is a key difference is in the 706 merger processes, which is what Addison Northwest and MAUSD are doing right now. It's two entities forming a new one and writing new articles of agreement and agreeing on what that sort of charter says. When one district is absorbing another, the new district, part of this absorption is you're agreeing that these are the already established articles of agreement and this is how we operate.
Yeah.
So whatever the articles of agreement of the district that would be taking them in state about properties and everything else would be what was binding, I would think. So continuing on, August 12th, the State Board of Education sort of finalized. They had drafted their preparedness statement for Ripton in meetings prior, but sort of took action and finalized the preparedness statement. And I just thought it was important to sort of from the minutes state what that statement was, that the board found that there's overwhelming risk that the Ripton School District not be prepared to assume full responsibility for the education of its students on July 1 of 2023 as an independent school district in any supervisory union or supervisory district configuration. So pretty strong statement from the state board saying we haven't, based on information the Ripton School District have been sharing with them, we don't see that there's a likelihood that you're going to be ready for operation July 1 of 2023. The importance with that is the legislation, which Ripton does have to follow on this, is Ripton then has to sort of publicize this statement that the state board doesn't think they're ready. And either the Lincoln or the Ripton School Board says, we're going to publicize that and we're still moving forward, or we're going to publicize that and we're going to walk it back and look at rejoining. The decision looks like Ripton is making is to rejoin. Fast forward, so August 23rd, next week, is the MAUSD board meeting. This is sort of your August business meeting. And you have an opportunity then to approve warnings for the merger vote. So the merger study committee met last night and approved some draft warnings, and is essentially going to be extending an offer to both MAUSD and Addison Northwest to be the body that sort of runs the informational session, because they're the group that has done the work and has the information. They've even put together a date of November 1st that they think is a good date for that to happen. And they have worked with Dina to draft and approve warnings for both MAUSD and for Addison Northwest, but also for the Lincoln School District should they choose to go forward. So they're doing a lot of the legwork to help the entities that are legally responsible for the vote, which would be MAUSD, Addison Northwest, and Lincoln, to carry out that legal responsibility. And so it doesn't have to be approved at the meeting next week, but it could be. The date by which it has to be approved to get warned in time for the November 8th vote will be the September 27th board meeting. So that's another opportunity. Fast forwarding to September 13th is another possible MAUSD board meeting. I think we just agreed on the second meeting, and I think that's what that meeting would be. So that could be an opportunity. I think that's probably the earliest possibility to act on the Lincoln exit agreement. If things are ready, there's information needed from the state that Lincoln is reaching out right now. So it's a little bit dependent on a return from the state on that, which I think the state's really busy right now. And I don't think the return sort of timeline is very swift currently. So it's hard to know when the information may get back in. Sometime in September, there was at Friday's state board meeting, there was a mention about an in-person state board meeting in Addison County in September. A little unclear if that's in addition to their scheduled September 21st meeting or in place of, but I think it's a great opportunity. And there was a mention of a tour of Addison County, kind of getting to see the land that they're going to be talking about some pretty significant decisions around from the supervisory union perspective, et cetera. So that may be a great opportunity to hear and be heard as that starts taking shape. I think there's a doodle poll circulating to find a date for that in-person meeting. So more to come there. September 21 is the scheduled state board meeting. It's interesting. This could be one of the more significant dates to pay attention to. This could be the meeting where the state board decides on supervisory boundaries. And that's basically what would tell us if we're in a supervisory union or not. Having said that, for the September 29th vote for Ripton rejoining Addison Central, it may be that the state board wants to wait and make that decision until after they know what's happening with Ripton. So it's very possible that it gets postponed into October before we have that information, which would be unfortunate. It's just delaying a big decision like that just keeps the anxiety high for a little bit longer. So later in September is the business meeting for MAUSD. That would be the deadline. That's when you would have to adopt a warning. for the November 8th vote, and that's when you would have to approve a Lincoln exit agreement in order for that to be warranted in time for November 8th. So that's sort of a drop dead date for those things to happen on that election date.
Can I just ask a quick question? If we, I think maybe it was, somebody brought this up about, it was Sarah, inviting Lincoln to consider rejoining in the MAUSD. And if we were to put that out there or make a resolution about that, would it be advisable to do that before the September 21st SBE meeting? Or before we warn a vote, or before we vote on the exit agreement, or before? Like, I'm just wondering if that's a conversation that we should have more deliberately sooner rather than later, or not?
Well, if we're expecting any, if we're hoping that it will provide an impetus for Lincoln to do something, I would think we need to do it right away. Otherwise,
yeah, and I guess
whatever Lincoln decides to do is going to be predicated more on what's happening.
right. And I was wondering where they are in their process, like Ripton, got their final sort of the preparedness statement. When does it happen for Lincoln? Do we know?
Possibly September.
Oh, really?
I know following the July 20th meeting of the state board, one of the state board members, Jennifer, whose last name escapes me right now, said that she reached out to Lincoln and had a conversation about their sort of report, which is what prompts a preparedness statement from the state board. And I thought there was mention of an expectation for that report and information sharing with the state board in September.
Because I guess I'm just wondering if it's beginning to look like the writing is on the wall for Lincoln in terms of what the SBE would say with respect to what they said about Ripton. Would we might want to put out an offer of come on back before that happens? I don't know. Just something to think about.
Yeah, the only thing that has me wondering and why it's not really clear in my mind is around timing. I think, yes, the message of Lincoln, we want to, we're better together, we want to be, we want you back, or whatever that might sound like. Yes, in support of. Timing with the merger vote, because that's one way to make that happen, right? If Lincoln votes and says yes, and Mount Abe says yes, and Virginia says yes, we've just achieved what we're talking about in the smoothest, easiest way that's already laid out. If that doesn't happen, and either the merger doesn't happen or the merger happens, but Lincoln isn't part of it, it would be after that, I think, that the next process would be initiated.
Yeah.
So the timing is the only thing that I'm trying to, and I don't think there's any harm in saying sooner rather than later to Lincoln.
If at any point.
Right.
You change your mind.
Right, we will
They
welcome
can
you back.
initiate it too.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's in our best interest, I think, to initiate it, but
Now, if part of this, because here's another timing perspective, if part of this is to try and send a message to the state board, don't deconstruct us and make us a supervisory union with Lincoln. We're very interested in finding almost any other path forward than that. That's a different kind of message and a different timeline that we would want to be thinking about. And I don't know that it would make a difference, because what I think is clear based on information that has been discussed at the state board meeting is the state board recognizes something needs to happen soon, because if we're going to make a district a supervisory union, they need to build a budget that reflects that. So we can't wait until January or February to decide on this, because budgets are put to bed already. So they recognize that's why it's September is when they were planning to decide on supervisory union boundaries, so they can make a decision ahead of budget building, so districts or supervisory unions know what kind of budget. So there's no way the process we just laid out with a series of votes and all the yeses, that's going to be decided in time to build a budget for FY24.
I'm kind of cautiously optimistic that not being as close to Ripton as Lincoln, but there was a lot of very loud voices with very negative opinions of the district and strong desire to get on and on and on. So, and they're still in their honeymoon phase, new school board and having little community meetings, and they're getting their input or whatever from the community and all these other things that they complain about. So I'm not sure that, I understand that the desire and everything, but I don't know about the probability of Lincoln at this point deciding that, well, maybe this isn't such a great idea. And Ripton is walking down a path to rejoin, but I wonder if the stalwarts within Ripton are going to change their mind.
I'm just thinking again about community perspective, and earlier we were talking about Lincoln's representation on this board, and now we're talking about saying, come on back, and I think we need to be careful of like when we decide what and how we discuss those two things. And I think that I would want to do both of those discussions like today or our next meeting, because that November vote is so soon, and if we have to get all that information out to the public, and it's gonna be, we're running out of time.
Is there any, so avenue of them being prepared enough for a year or so and like some stability happening in the rest of the region that then it could be like, they must have enough structure, potentially they have more in place than Ripton did, so they might need at least a temporary, like, yeah, we think you can do it at least for the short term, but we're gonna have our eye on the situation. Is there anything like that? Or they don't operate that way? They have to be a part of a supervisory meeting. They have to be.
They can be their own supervisory district and have their own central office services, their own everything. That is enough.
They have to provide special education, we have to represent that.
Sure. Independent, like, little independent school.
And it's been a week and a half since I've had any conversations with anyone from Lincoln about, and that was around the exit agreement. But I've had any interaction I've had recently or a long time ago, there's been absolutely no indication that there's interest in coming back to any agency.
Yeah, I mean, I figured as much, but as the other situation continues to evolve and more people in the community hear about it, I just wondered if there might be some change in that part, but maybe not.
The other thing is Lincoln is stating that their tax rate, if I understand this right, their tax rate will be about the same, maybe less. Whereas in Ripton, they would say, oh, it's going to cost us 30% more. They're not talking about hurting people's pockets.
I thought I read it, they said, oh, yeah, we got our budget for next year all set up, and we're good to go.
But that has to pass the straight face test with the SBE, right? So I think, you know, that hasn't yet gone through the gauntlet, right?
I've heard, and even a week and a half ago that was mentioned that, you know, they've done a bunch of work on the budget and they don't think it's going to change their tax rates at all. And I haven't seen a budget. And that, I think it's your point, Krista, right? There's going to be state board scrutiny and public scrutiny once the budget details are released and it passes the straight face test or it doesn't.
I forget what article I was reading, it sounded like something you were reading. But they also mentioned there were a couple of pieces that they didn't have worked out yet, there might be a tax bill for those. Later. Me, that sounded like they like really figured it out.
And when you read the state board's determination letter to Ripton, some of it was the financials. And some of it was the feasibility of a 0.2 this and a 0.1 that, a 0.6 that. Actually like piecing together literally a district with all of those part-time positions. and the realities of actually filling those, which become necessary to operate. So,
I found that whole, I read the whole thing, it was really, I mean, I feel like our community members should read it, because it's very educational about how complex it is to do this well and do right by kids, and how admirable it is to want to keep it close in your community, but despite that passion and commitment, it's really difficult.
So, and hearing the call to action that you were mentioning before, maybe. And maybe if I walk through this process and just finish these last few things, and then kind of get to some other potential call to action, we can think about the various action items and how they might dovetail together and what next step might be. So Rippon's going to be voting sometime in mid-September. The warning I saw showed September 29th to rejoin. In that same window, September 29th through October 8th is the window that we have to warn the merger vote. Ongoing in October, information is likely to be flowing out about the merger. It's not going to be just a one stop on the informational session night, right? Also, sometime in October is where the possible state board meeting would be to decide supervisory union boundaries, right? If they decide to postpone because of Ripon, presumably then in October would be when a decision might be made. November 1st is the date that the merger study committee came up with last night. That fits within the 10 days prior to the vote to hold an informational session. I think the ideal there would be that that's a joint session that both Addis Northwest and MAUSD agree to hold together in potentially one location, but potentially like we did for the Starkville thing, one main location, and we have some satellites just trying to be accommodating. Then November 8th is the vote. And then July 1st of 23 is the possible first day of operation of the Addison North School District, if that is all in the affirmative. It's also the possible first day of operation of the new supervisory union, if that's what happens. And both of these are possible. We could vote to merge and form a new district, and that new district could be put in a new supervisory union.
That's the first day Lincoln would be operating.
Correct. So I had to do that again for my own benefit, if nothing else, to just keep track of all the possibilities and dates and what's going to happen. And in the end, there are really a few key points in time. September, what's the state board going to say about supervisory boundaries? And then November, what does the community say about merger?
Meanwhile, we're doing a budget that probably holds 4 towns.
I have a general question. If, I'm phrasing this right, if the state board turns us into supervisory in September, and we vote yes to move forward on the merger, does that mean Addison North Supervisory Union then? Or are we merging into a school district?
It would be Addison North School District as a member with other districts in the whatever is going to be called supervisory union.
Okay, so it could be all of the towns and then Lincoln, or as the other members.
Right, so it could be Addison North School District and Lincoln School District are forming the Northern Addison Supervisory Union.
They could also throw in middle grade or.
Right.
We would still control our high school students. So like, forget that. I think that we're going back to the way it was, but it wouldn't be. It would be our board would still be doing exactly what it's doing. But now we also have to do blank, and we actually don't have control of now 30-something% of our budget.
And so if that happens, but so right, if we play that same scenario, if the merger happens and it's the Addison North School District and the Lincoln School District and the Northern Addison Supervisory Union. The Addison North School District and the Lincoln School District each send 3 representatives to the supervisory union. So you have a district with 2,000 students and a district with 150 students, equal representation on the SU board. That SU board can petition the state to change the representation to give more to Addison North and to Lincoln. But it would take that SU board initiating.
And that SU board controls the central office. So they control hiring and firing of personnel, budgets, administration, business. So representation is so ridiculously disproportionate.
Well, they control the budget for the central office. They don't control the budget.
No, yeah, but there's a budget. And, you've got
The shared service.
yeah.
Right. And that budget that the SU board controls is not a budget that's voted on by anyone. That becomes an assessment to the districts. Districts just have to pay it. They can like it or not like it, but it's an assessment, not a vote.
So when we vote on our budget, sorry, that part, if we had to decrease our budget, that part's still there with decreasing from our revenue.
Technically, yes. Now, there'd probably be some conversations and we need to make some changes to central office too to help make up for that. But if the SU board doesn't change, the SU board would be required to change any expenses at that level. We get a budget out again.
And the hiring and firing of the superintendent is done by those
SU
6
board.
people.
And if the merger doesn't pass, still want to name supervisor.
Correct. In that scenario, it could be merger doesn't pass, it's MAUSD and Addison Northwest and Lincoln, and now there's 9 members of the SU board. With their representation.
They won't likely order us with,
No.
they would normally put us in with Virginia as a supervisory union. Doesn't.
I think they probably would.
Why would they do that?
Stability in the region. Addison Northwest, even more so than MAUSD, needs to find cost efficiencies. And some of the cost efficiencies that we might realize in a merger could be realized in SU.
So I think if this starts to go and looking like a supervisory union deconstruction, I think this board, this administration should start petitioning really hard with the SPD that this whole concept of three members from each district is a holdover when each town had a district. So it was like pre-Act 46, the supervisory board here had 3 members from 6 different entities, with the high school as well. So the structure that we are looking at to put things back together, if you will, is a very different structure than the one that the law was written around. And I think we should be advocating for representation per towns with schools in them or school buildings as opposed to districts. See, and even though it's up to the supervisory board to present that to the SPD, it makes sense to have the SPD make that a condition of the SU that the supervisory board reviews and proposes an equitable solution that's more based on population of these school districts.
I agree with you in concept. In practice, it's probably not the state board's authority because the statute is clear and the state board doesn't have the latitude to go against statute. They have a role probably to advocate with the legislation, with the legislatures about it. But probably the advocacy will be most, like MAUSD's advocacy in that example will be best directed to the legislature to say,
They can't even strong, they wouldn't even strong. Well, we could always make the case. whether-
Right, they can certainly make a strong recommendation, but they have no authority to make a requirement. All right, so the second portion of this time was really about sinking in a little deeper around the merger and the conversation that came up earlier about what does this board feel it needs for more information to be able to have a position or make a statement about what it thinks about the possibilities of the merger. And I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but maybe I can shorten this up some. What I'd like to do is, given the larger context that we just walked through, you've all seen the articles of agreement. And Jennifer, if you could share that. So you have in your email a link to the articles of agreement if you want to go back into that.
This thing is starting off home battery.
Yeah, we have a backup, I think, ready to go. So knowing what you have available to you right now for resources, and if you need something else, let me know. We'll see if we can pull it together. But just to take 5 minutes for yourself, jot some notes. You have some note cards and pens and whatnot in front of you. Take 5 minutes and just think, what do you need as an individual for more information to be able to kind of arrive at an opinion or a belief or a position around the merger? And then I'm going to have you partner with someone to talk about your notes, and then we're going to come back together as a group and have a group conversation, which hopefully leads to at least the beginnings of forming of a resolution. And then I think we also think about some of those other actions that you brought up today. So I'll put 5 minutes on the clock. See, I bet you can catch up though. So groups of two, there'll be a group of three because there are 9 board members. Just to sort of share your thinking and make sure everybody gets their voice out in one way, shape, or form, and then we'll come back together as a group. So Kevin and Steve, Sarah and Aaron, Liz, Bailey, Krista, and Don and Chris. So we'll take 15 minutes to share your thinking with those groups. And then we'll come back together. I'll put 15 minutes on the clock.
Well,
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put 10 minutes on the clock because
Yeah.
we're a little behind. Does that feel like that's enough time? Okay.
a little more.
So in no particular order, just sort of popcorning, what came up in conversations around information that is needed or would be beneficial as you're wrapping your head around the idea of a possible merger?
As much detail on transportation as possible. That's a really logistical hurdle that people want to know. And are gonna really focus on if it's unclear or seems really arduous.
And is that, and this is part of what we'll have to parse out, is that information you feel you need to be able to respond to community members when they ask you about it? And or, because it could be both, is that what you need for your own thinking in terms of formulating
I mean, I think it's kind of both, like we had a hard time parsing those two out,
Right.
but I think they are kind of both.
And also, like, I was speaking to that too, because we are so close to Regents physically, but if the plan is like shuttle to shuttle to the between buildings, my kids are gonna be on the bus for 2 hours just to get to Regents. So if I'm in a car, it's 20 minutes, but I can't drive them to school. So a lot of Moncton families are gonna be in that same situation, and they will not be voting yes to increasing that amount of time. So, and people have already said that out loud. So if you live right next to that Ferrisburg border, you don't want your kid to ride the bus to Moncton and then to Mount Avon and Regents. So that is, to some people, that's like the point that they care about.
So as a board member, knowing where that
having that information, I think is important too. And I don't, the people that I've talked to have said like, well, I will not vote yes if blah, blah, blah. And so I don't know that we're gonna have those details, you know, like, well, then I'm voting. So I, that's the piece that I'm thinking of too, is how to give them that information. So that they'd at least be open to voting yes for details later. That doesn't seem possible in that topic.
What's interesting is I think those details exist because the transportation consultant that we paid to run all those routes and do that study and analysis said clearly there's a path forward where the length of bus ride doesn't have to, as a district, right? Like what we have set for standards for a bus ride, 60 or 70 minutes is kind of in the round. There are a couple of outliers that are a little bit longer, and there are plenty that are shorter, but 60, 70 minutes somewhere in that realm is kind of what is our current norm. And he said, absolutely, there's a way to do this so that the norm doesn't change. Now, a particular student's length of ride may change. If it's currently 15 minutes, it may become the 70-minute time. But as a district, it's clear that that can be, the same standard can be achieved.
And I think the perception is that everybody's ride will increase. I think that information would be helpful.
Right. And so the consultant we worked with had to map out all the routes to draw that conclusion. And having witnessed, Floyd and I sat in on him sharing the software that they use that maps all the coded routes, and we talk about the spaghetti image of our governance structure. That's real spaghetti work right there. But I think those details exist. It's a matter of how do we draw those out and share them in a way that instills confidence.
Did the consultant provide any kind of a test report or examples, a sample report or a draft report based on what you're looking at?
He presented a pretty thorough report to the Merger Study Committee months ago, last summer, I think. Fall.
November.
Is that accessible?
It is, and I think in its entirety is too much. I think he sort of went through a lot of different options.
Yeah.
Well, you could do this, that's not a good idea, or you could do that, that's not a good idea, or you could do this, that is a good idea. So I think we would want to focus on a good idea.
But is there a summary of that somewhere?
I don't know that there's a summary, but that's the kind of thing that we could probably gather, is a synthesized version of that.
In some ways cost more.
Yeah, it costs more.
Sure.
I
But
will
if
say
that's
it's-
a priority.
I want to say it was $100,000 more for transportation than what the districts are currently paying to keep those ride times comparable. But if that saves $5 million a year, it's probably money well spent.
Krista. Well, I guess so, just like that, the transportation piece and the possible configuration of middle and high school, like knowing that we're in this weird place where there can't be a commitment to a particular thing. And that as a board, we haven't really discussed any of these parts in depth, that I think, like as a board member, it would be helpful for me to get a sense of what a likely scenario could be, or the most advisable scenario, or the something like that. So whether it's around, middle school in Virgins and high school in Mount Aid, or around transportation, like those two details that we can't commit to, but that are the things people most want to know about, finding a way to understand it enough that we can confidently say as a board and to constituents that, these are some of the most likely options there. I think that's what we were trying to figure out.
That seems reasonable, because that's pretty finite, I think, in terms of what's likely. There's a lot of iterations of what could be, but some of those would just make no sense. I mean, really, it could be that it's the same as it is now. We wouldn't realize a lot of the efficiencies that we're taking this action for if we kept Virgins as a 712 and Mount Aid as a 712. There's nothing prohibiting that. And then the other two are Mount Ava is a 6-8 and Virginia's a 9-12, or Virginia's is a 6-8, Mount Ava is a 9-12. I think those are sort of the two likely outcomes based on the conversations that.
Maybe we could present it as, for instance, if, I mean, I still like the 5-2-8, but it's still, you know, but if we, for instance, if it were 6-8 in one, 9-12 in the other, and then it was just, that's what I'm saying, for instance, and then ride times X, Y, Z. I know that those were shuttling high school to high school, and I just haven't. What are your thoughts about shuttling from the elementary schools, or what would some of these thoughts be, or the transportation expert about really doing it in elementary school? One to the Mount Ava, one to like, what would that look like? Even though the study itself did say the shuttle between the main buildings, max ride time is around what you said, keeping it comparable now. And that was assuming every single kid in the district rode the bus. Every single one. It's not going to be the case now. So that those were definitely the longest possible scenario. So just, I don't know. So we can just preface it because I've heard the merger study committee talk about that all the time, about wanting to narrow down which would be high school or the middle school, and just saying you can't say that. So just really just labeling it as if, and then giving something. Most.
So board members, if you want to look at the October 19th, 21 minutes of the merger study committee, that's where they have the transportation study.
Specifically, the shuttle option is the one that seemed the most practical and maintains the right times.
Aaron, well, we talked about a bunch of things, but I'm gonna say, like, the actual impact. What's the, like, more direct information about the impact for kids and community members or taxpayers? To piggyback on a little bit of Krista's unknowns also was just the concept of, which is challenging when you don't know who should run for the board, and then you part of this decision making that it actually is might end up deciding we'd like to just run parallel systems. We're just changing our governance model or merging our governance model for a few years, and we're going to try to work out where are all of our best opportunities for money and learning, and where this buys us time and gives us a lot of options. So I've tried to look at it as a positive thing instead of us making a decision that's a bad decision. But it's really hard to get a yes vote from that unless you're actually, oh, I could suddenly be one of the 15 people that makes this decision on what happens here. Oh, maybe I do want to throw my voice into the table. So any of those conversations, I would also encourage people to consider a run for the, we have to have, that was on your timeline. I don't think, was it?
What's that?
When do you have to, when you have to put in your
I
ballot?
think October 3rd is when people who want to run for the board of the new district, if it's formed, have to have their paperwork. Good point.
But impact could be presented for us to make a decision about what, like literally where, and I guess the future without the merger and the future with the merger comparison is going to be, I think, really important for us to see that
Yeah,
and to express it.
and I think we were trying to drill into that a little bit,
Yeah.
like, how do you do that without negatively portraying what is now or what might be if we don't merge, and positively portraying what could be. And Liz mentioned that the principals have gone to the merger study committee to share strengths, weaknesses. But we were trying to figure out how to get out that narrative, about what could be. And like, I'm definitely in favor, because having kids now and that, the older grades, I see the benefits. But another way I was thinking about so it's been hard for me to tease out what I need as a board member and what I want to help bring to the forefront in my advocacy for the merger. But another way I was thinking, like, it would be real interesting to hear from what's important to rising middle school parents and kids, what's important to rising high school parents and kids, what's important to soon to be graduating parents and kids. Because this is like where I think the biggest impact is going to be. And that's maybe a way to say, like, oh my gosh, all these parents want this. If we do this, we can have a better chance of doing that. Whereas it's going to be more challenging to do that in our current configuration.
Like current constraints and after a survey of students and families on what their
What are people
hopes
looking
are.
for? Yeah,
Yeah,
because
just say, can we,
and how can a bigger system provide that?
yeah.
I think the struggle is going to be, and I've experienced this from some other things we've done. A lot of folks are going to want all the detail.
Yeah.
I want to know it all before I make up my mind. And we can't offer that.
No, no, we can't, but we can talk about, like, using the voice of the community, maybe, what people are saying they really want, and how this will better position us to deliver that.
I kind of like the way Nate put it too, like the cost-effective mindset is going to be helpful in managing regardless. It's going to be managing fewer options if you don't merge, or it's going to be used to manage more options if you do merge. In a nutshell, that's the gist of it. Exactly what now, where people will want to go, which we can't offer, is, well, what opportunities are they going to have if we do versus don't, like down to like what programming will they
I
get?
know, and I
We can't go
understand
there,
that,
yeah.
no, and I understand that struggle, and that's why I'm like wondering if you could get a feel. I don't know, like, I'm deep into the beginning of the college stuff with my kids, and they're just talking about, where you go to high school, how many AP, and all that nonsense that, is sort of important. But knowing, like, what could we offer more easily? Like, you don't want to say, we can't, this is gonna get cut, this is gonna get cut.
I liked what Sarah said too, but, and I feel like people who I've talked to feel like we're rushing into another merger. And so to say, like, what if we ran parallel systems and kind of configured some of that other stuff, and then looked at the strengths of each building for each age group,
Yeah.
and made a plan within 2 years, 3 years, I don't know, whatever makes sense, but that might, because, I have kids at all ages, but I'm just thinking, like, my fourth grader might be affected the most by the physical changes of where she would have to go. And I think she will be just fine, but I know there's other kids in her class who won't be. And so thinking about how to kind of ease those parents' minds and having a slowed down approach might be, let them take that breath and be like, okay, I'm willing to say yes if you're slowing down, and if you're really putting a lot of thought into where my kids are gonna end up.
Well, the
And we
articles,
can't give them that,
the articles do
because this
talk-
isn't the decision-making authority. The new board that doesn't exist yet decides that, except for
the
what.
articles do talk about everything being static for 1 year. And I think it gives some sort of illusion of the sequence of things to be looked at as the consolidation matures over the next few years. So,
That's a good pushing point, then, I think.
It's to your point.
Because
but-
even 1 year, you can do that work in 1 year if you really focus.
And just to sort of lay it out, I think the gist of what it says in the report is year one is basically the two districts essentially just sort of come together. We basically take their budget, our budget, and it's now one budget. Both central offices still exist. And it's in that first year, and all the kids go to the same schools they went to, it's all the same as it had been. Except that now you have two central offices working together to map out what the second year will be. Which second year is the first operation of a single central office. In the second year, the planning happens for year 3, which is where secondary merger consolidation stuff gets mapped out. So that puts you now 3 or 4 years from now.
When would you be down to one central office? Does that happen
Year
before?
2 is when we would be down to one central office. Year 1 is operating the parallel. Year 2, we've streamlined central office. Year 3, we've streamlined secondary.
One thing to point out is that there's a huge appendix. Which is good because it wasn't there before. And the transportation synopsis is on page 35. Condensed right down to what you just discussed. It says, you look at these different options, the shuttle option looked like the best thing. It shouldn't, transportation should not be the deciding factor in the merger. So, and there's just tons and tons of information in the docs. But I think every meeting minute is in here, along with a lot of the other background information.
Oh.
I didn't have time in the 5 minutes to scan off.
What about just how information we might need from each other to make a decision that isn't emotional, that we can, that there's a lot of history, and we talked about it a lot last night at our committee meeting, with the heart and the head and where people vote often from, and like loss versus a little bit of grieving, and then really having to then showcase the gain. I don't know, like, if that's about us voting, but we would be modeling for everybody else our process about how we handle that, and I think we should do that well.
So I think the question that I'm not sure I have clarity on yet is, so we talked about a lot of information that would be helpful. I'm still sorting through how much of that will be helpful to share out with the community as they're voting versus how much of that is necessary for this board to form a resolution. So maybe if we can ask that question and keep it tight to that, what do you need to feel you're in a position to form a resolution that makes a statement about your thoughts on it? Knowing there's a lot of other information that needs to get out. I think this is helpful for the merger study committee, who's going to take the lead on pulling together all this information to help distribute.
About around like savings, and cost effectiveness on its own versus savings with the merger. Is that?
I would caution using the word saving.
I know, and I said that to these guys. I said, I know this was, that's probably the wrong, right, slowing the, yeah, what she's saying.
Because I've heard different people say, I'm not voting for this every time there's been a merger project, my taxes went up. I'm not voting for this because it's just, so I think we need to get rid of cost savings.
Okay, so however we, and I totally understand, hear what you're saying.
But the same thing that you did for us this last time with the merger, where you said this is what we were projected to have been spending, and this is what we actually spent. Something, I mean, I feel like that has already been done, but to also dig that back up. Right, with the charts.
Projection of.
And that goes, I'm just trying to make sure I know which bucket these are going in. That's in the board needs this to get behind a resolution bucket.
I think both. I think the community needs it, but
I think it's like to read all that.
Okay. Because I'm trying to remember, I know information has been gathered and discussed at the merger study committee about those savings. And we've talked at this board about the savings of just the cost-effective mindset. What we don't know and probably won't have in time is what could the savings be if applied in Addison Northwest with the cost-effective mindset, right?
Right, yeah.
That's sort of beyond our scope probably.
How we're gonna get along.
I think the number that was bandied around in Virginia was $5 million for the merger.
Yes. And that's a combination of central office savings and secondary savings.
Secondary savings.
So we do have the information out of the Levinson report.
Right. And that's where the cost-effective savings was coming in.
It's not a separate line, because he
had a merger number, but
for merger, he had a number for central office. I thought.
so we want to go with this merger number that makes because it's more current, right?
No, I think the number Nate's referring to is the number that we've been using, which is dated now, and it would take a lot of work to.
So the merger committee was kind of leaning on Nate's number for the merger savings.
And Nate was leaning on earlier numbers in looking at like a really detailed look at staffing and what was needed and what we have, and the delta was done a while ago. So we've just sort of been leaning on that, knowing that it's kind of a fuzzy number to begin with.
Right.
That was like January or December, maybe?
That's when
Lloyd
I think
came?
it was presented, but I think even the information is probably older than that.
Yeah.
I think the other thing that's important, the question I was trying to glean out of the report from Nate when he first presented it was, and I think I brought this up in that last sample chart that I put together, was that trying to understand the do nothing versus the things that we can plug in. And what the projected delta of do nothing really is in 2030. You know, is it 4 million or is it 11 million or is it 2 million if we ask for 5% of the voters every year? And then what this plays in that puzzle.
Right.
You know, it's hard to tell right now from listening to Nate talk today. Oh, maybe we don't even need the merger because you know, we're going to be so cost effective that we'll keep up with that. He sort of couched that a little bit at the end where he said, well, you might need the merger. Well, it'd be nice to be a little more kind of, yes, it's all fuzzy math and it's all looking through the crystal ball and whatever, but at least here's our current forecast for what that's going to be.
And the trick with the forecast is and you sort of touched on it, what are the assumptions we would build into that forecast? Because I could show you a forecast that keeps tax rates growing at just the same rate they have been. The question is, what does that do to programming to be able to do that? The other is I can show you a projection that has tax rates going like crazy. The question still is, what does that happens to programming in that scenario? So we have to make some assumptions. Is the assumption, if we keep programming exactly what it is, and this is typically how we build budgets. We don't give you a draft budget and say, here's what it'll be if we cut 10 positions. We say, if we don't make any changes to programming and personnel, roll everything forward, here's where we'd be. Does that feel like that's palatable or not? And if not, then we back it up.
I think that was Nate's numbers. The do nothing is do nothing for savings and do nothing to staffing.
Right.
We heard Nate today say, along with you can do cost effective if you don't do a merger. Well, I heard him say in the tech program.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. At the end, he sort of brought the programming back into it again. So, but again, I've just been unclear in his numbers. Some of his numbers he throws escalation into, and some of them he didn't. If you just sort of took one of his pages and subtracted things, there's an $11 million delta in that 2030. Well, at a you can add up all the reds and greens and yellows and its different approaches, and you're gonna have a tough time getting $11 million.
Except for the escalation over a decade.
Right, that's the thing that's hard to, if you're not like a financial wizard and you don't understand that, is there a clearer way to kind of say, here's, this is really what this is gonna represent out of the puzzle pieces we need to make this thing work.
Yeah. Floyd and I often talk about the alligator mouth in the diagram that you shared. Like, what is that sort of range?
So along with the finances in the report, there is a graph that was part of the business office presentation way back when, that shows 3 lines. And we will merge line out in year 27 surpasses the MAUSD line unmerged. And there's been questions about, well, why are we doing that? It's going to cost us more on that. So I don't really understand why it would be like that, but I think it's worth trying to understand why it was like that. What the assumptions were. Happens to be on page 29 of the report.
That's Nate's report.
No, the merger study.
It's the merger study report.
And just another pointer to the so the appendices, that whole multi-year process that Patrick was talking about, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, that's on page 38.
Page 38 of that draft.
That's it, of the draft, yes. It's in the appendices of the supporting information at the end, but it's of the PDF, it's page 38. It's also page number 38.
I mean, one of the reasons why we had put these questions on here in our agenda was trying to figure out, like, not everyone's here, and some folks have really strong feelings about the merger, and to try to figure out what, how to have a conversation as a group, to have the information we need, so we can have that conversation and come out with some sort of, thumbs on how we feel about it. But we went to the merger study committee meeting and broke up into those groups and talked about the articles and all that. But we didn't do that with this group, and maybe it is that we all need to just spend a little more time reading, and then at our next, and then dedicate, a chunk of time to just kind of talk through, maybe it's talk through all the articles or talk through all the things we've read, or to just again draw out how, concerns or questions, so we can be clear on what we all think about this. It's hard to tease out my questions as an individual or a community member for my questions as a board, but that was what our initial idea was trying to have the conversation around.
That wouldn't have any impact on putting out or approving the warning for merger. Next.
No, you really don't have an option but to put out the warning.
But that, like, if we decided that we're gonna give ourselves time to read that and come back with meaningful input on the question you're asking, that wouldn't impact our ability to do that.
Nope. I think timing is something to think about. Like when a warning is posted from this board, that may prompt questions from the community about, what do you think about this thing you just warned? And if you haven't really formulated thinking on that as a board, you wouldn't have a board message to lean on when people ask you about it. Not that it's any big surprise, like the warning's not going to be that, whoa, I didn't know we were talking about merger. Like, so it's probably not going to be that big a deal. But
it might be a good catalyst then to then have people come talk to us instead of.
But I do think sooner rather than later for the board to have a position or a resolution or whatever we want to call it is important, because in the meantime, that doesn't exist, and that also has an impact on the community. And things are gonna get ramping up pretty quickly ahead of the November vote, so I wouldn't want to see this board take through middle of October to process before it came to some sort of resolution, because then we'd probably miss the whatever opportunity that would have to have any kind of influence.
I think actually the more we haven't had an opportunity to really talk about it. And I do think fitting in the time for the conversation over the next 2 board meetings will make a massive difference in like people's understanding of where they are. I think as a community member and as a parent and as a board member.
And to let, our community know, I mean, it's on the agenda, merger discussion, and that way, another thing I'm interested in is making sure our community gets to hear us. I guess the question is, how do we structure those conversations? Is it like walking through the articles, or is it taking some of these things we were asking about, or what is the best way to talk through it?
I think the pros and cons, like sometimes what are some things that could happen and what are some losses? What are
There's a good list of advantages and disadvantages in here now, which is what I think a lot of people are looking for. And we could kind of just go down through them.
and I'm sure there's more than that.
We've also had some really common questions for those community engagement.
Yes.
Things you've done that could be a good pocket of like,
Yes.
here's some FAQs and here's our response to those. And anything outside of that, that's new that comes up would be.
There is a FAQ on the murder study, which we're hoping to have a cohesive location, I'll say, either a page of one of our 2 districts' websites that everybody goes to the same thing, for the same information. They have the same, but it doesn't look the same, so it, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, there is an FAQ there. True? Is that where it's found?
Supposed to be on there.
Yeah, and I think that's where I found it, and a couple of other things, and that has been just questions we've heard along the way and some
That's on the merger study
responses.
committee.
Right, but we don't have an official website.
So it's like in the minutes somewhere.
Should be on the
It's on our 2 websites
Each district has a website devoted to murder
with a
study information.
page on it.
But
Yeah,
it's not a singular.
Right, no, that I know, but the FAQ is.
should be the same that's linked to both of them.
I was gonna say, should be able to cross link,
That's our goal.
whoever's actually hosting it, the other one should link to that.
Should we do a straw poll now? Did you want a straw poll today about how we're feeling about it?
I think that was only if folks felt prepared for that today. I don't think there's any pressure to do anything today. But if the opportunity was there, people felt ready, there'd be no reason not to. And I think what I'm hearing is more conversation, more information will help. And I think I was also hearing at the next board meeting, we talk about some times important, the one that follows.
So one of my big concerns about this whole thing is I don't believe the town vote issue Starksboro is dead. I think that has been debated and compromised in the articles, but I think that will be forced and forefront through community engagement. Not sure what the solution is there, but I think we need to anticipate it and try to explain it the best we can.
That's the most, there's a word for it, but of all of the ones in our entire state, this is the most protective, yes. Right, like, because it's not just 2/3 of the board, it's not just 2/3 of the community, it's 2/3 of both after 4 years. That, I don't think that there's anyone that has anything more protective in the entire state.
But you're talking to towns, you're talking to towns or a town that has been uncompromising about that requirement in current articles.
This actually was a brief topic of conversation, I think, at the Friday state board meeting as well. There's actually a question about the legality of a district and the USD, for example, to warn a vote in only one portion of its electorate.
Yeah.
You warn a vote. I think the argument is you warn a vote for your electorate or you don't warn a vote, which means you couldn't warn a vote as MAUSD for one of your towns to make a decision that impacts all of your organization.
Oh, so
You don't-
we warned about the Sharpsburg, but we should.
No, I think this is more in terms of, is it even legal for one town to get to vote on the fate of its own school when it's part of a larger entity?
Yeah, I mean, I did wonder that because the town doesn't run the school.
Right.
Then
The only way we know
wonder
the
that.
answer to that
Like,
question is if
I
there
don't-
challenges a decision that's made.
No, like
Down the road, like if we were merged.
Well, you gotta remember, these articles were agreed to by the district and they were approved by the state board.
Well,
So-
I guess
That-
flying,
Legality is
flying the
law.
plane.
It doesn't
is
expand
still-
the whole up in court. I mean,
Exactly.
it flies right in the face of the equal protection clause.
Well, unless somebody like the school district wants to start to go to court over it. How are you gonna change it?
Or vice versa, unless the school district acts and then Starkborough takes the school district to court. Like it will take a court challenge to get a ruling to get the official answer, but it's at least a question.
Sure. The other. Go ahead. Still-
I'm just curious, this morning we talked a lot about the cost-effective mindset, and do we know if Virgin, the school district us in Northwest, is doing the same type of work? So like if we're gonna merge, are we gonna kind of be with the same mindset set? Like,
So we know they are, like, they're not working with Nate right now to do that work. I haven't heard any work happening there that sounds to me like it resembles the work we're doing with Nate. Doesn't mean that it's not happening, but I don't have reason to believe that it is.
John Stroke, when I sent that message saying, hey, can we get together and talk, John Stroke said, we are kind of behind in some of our work, and we need to catch up to you. So I think that was around sharing some costs amongst themselves, not in a formal cost-effective mindset, but to begin that conversation, because they're out of options.
But if we think about sort of cost-effective mindset in a broader term, they've closed the school.
Yeah, like they've done work we haven't done.
Right, so it may not be the same thing we're doing, but they are certainly taking pretty significant measures that they cut driver's ed, like they're cutting programming at the secondary level right now. In addition to having closed an elementary school and other things, so they're definitely doing the hard work as well.
I think the bigger question, the bigger thing to think about though, is the melding of the curriculum with the different sets of grading methods and all that kind of stuff. And may very well look at cost effective mindset as simple failure, some of the other needs for integration.
Something that helps there is they have 2 or 3 of our former leaders of that working with them now, so. And there's a very close relationship still in doing that work. And there's actually more partnering this year between Virginia's Union High School and Mount Abe in doing some of that work. And it sounds like a partnership that'll be ongoing for a couple of years with or without merger. So there's more work happening to do some of that, because that is an issue as well.
So should we just think about August 23rd and maybe even if our merger study committee wraps up ideas about it, have that conversation.
Well, some of the things I can do in the meantime, like I was wondering, I'm happy to reach out to our transportation consultant and see from work he's already done, can we pull out some, I think it would be great if we could have something to give to the community that says, find your own timeline, like your own ride time on this. Like, here's a chart, because he has all of our stops, like, that's the level of detail that went into this. So you can say, here's a map, find your stop on this map, and you can see what your ride time is from your stop to whichever school you want. I don't know if that's possible, but it might be. We can at least explore that. Because that, I think, is the best answer we could get. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen in your ride time, well, here's a map, go find it, and you can know specifically for yourself, at least an approximation.
With this model, which could change in 4 years.
Right.
But at least you can say,
Enacted.
we did a model that didn't
Right.
work.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
whether that's the model we're gonna have is
Right.
another question, but
Right.
it wasn't like we did all this modeling and nothing worked.
Right.
This is a time check, so we're a little past, we allotted an hour for the ends discussion and an hour for executive session, and we have a hard stop at 6 because we have to be out of the space by 6:45. So we can proceed with the ends discussion and abbreviate it a little bit, and then continue on again at another meeting. If that's agreeable.
You're ready to do that.
I think so.
Okay. On the agenda that, the like longer version of the agenda that John sent out, there's links to our current ends policy and also the most recent monitoring report. And I think we recognize that there's a disconnect between what's presented to us and what we're looking for. And we're trying to kind of sort through how to satisfy that frustration. And, you know, just thinking about, is there a need to revise the actual ends policy? Is there a need to revise how that policy is interpreted? Or with more detailed information about the work that's happening in the district, specifically in the strategic plan, help us to understand on a different level how we're making progress toward the ends, because currently we have this one report that comes out that is lengthy, but that we often have a lot of questions about and want to hear more of this or more of that, and then just we're and we're not quite sure what we want, but it's not, you know, so trying to figure out. So one thing we discussed was that we could consider using those second meetings of the month, every other meeting, or some of those meetings, to look more deeply at the strategic plan and the 4 buckets that that's built upon. So help me out, Patrick, social and emotional learning, literacy.
Literacy, not so much as a sort of pillar, but expertise in learning, social emotional learning and physical growth, community and equity.
So I think it was last year, or maybe it was the year before, that we heard from Gabe, who formerly worked in our district, who's now in Virginia, and also from Ray about.
Also works for.
In that district, about two components of the strategic plan and really like specific aspects of those goals that they were working on. It was like a deep dive. And so we were thinking, and it was, to me, I know, really helpful, but I saw a lot of questions and all of them. But that in this quest to get more knowledgeable about what's happening on the ground, to understand where we were, where we are now, where we're going, to get more data points, that one way to maybe make the ends come more alive for us would be to spend time at a meeting specifically on one of those components, where we can hear from the experts in the room, ask lots of questions, and that could be a more rich way to know how we're doing on progress for the ends. So I guess that's what we're sort of proposing, but.
So the strategic plan versus 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3. So that would be another way to. go about it? Or do we want to merge them into one concept, or they don't really?
I sort of sometimes think about it is the absence that is felt oftentimes when we present the monitoring report for the ends really something to do with the ends that's missing? Or is it more of an interest in hearing about the means that's behind
The ends.
the ends?
For me, it's more just being sure that there's enough evidence to justify the conclusions. You know, oftentimes there's holes in the SBAC, and there's holes because this test was only the first time we ever did it, or they didn't do it this year because of COVID or whatever. So there's little pieces and parts of stuff that come together, and then there's a conclusion. It's just never really quite sure if that's the right conclusion. That's it. I mean, you know, I don't necessarily need to dive all the way into the, you know, where are we on 3.7.9 in the strategic plan this week, but you know, in the end, is the evidence that's presented in the report a real good snapshot of what the end looks like, where we're at.
So, and what Steve has often said is the rationale, and I'm wondering if maybe the addition, figuring out where the rationale fits in helps that.
Yeah.
Sarah.
This is a random question, but my children, I believe, have a PLP. Is it directly linked to these statements that are within the ends policy? Is there like alignment there, or is there not? I'm just curious, because then I could go and like look at my own.
PLP, I said PLP.
Oh, no.
PLP, are there PLPs directly aligned to the ends policy?
Yes.
I wouldn't say directly aligned to the ends policy, they're more directly aligned to the transferable skills,
Right.
which are connected to the strategic plan more than the ends policy.
Which is
Transferable
connected to the
skills
ends
are,
policy, so-
transferable skills are mentioned in your interpretation, which is.
Right.
And so we've been starting to give you data on the transferable skills, and the PLP is a vehicle to gather evidence on the transferable skills. They're all, and that might help you all too, to see how everything is connected and sort of nested within one another. That might be a way to go as well.
I think that would be an interesting piece of evidence, since every kid has to do it, to get a couple of volunteer PLPs that might highlight some of the stuff that we can see it, and we've seen it like so big picture and kind of high up, and then sometimes you dive in and give a story about somebody and blah, 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 but like, it'd be interesting to see it all the way through from one.
Yeah, and to be true to ends meaning end, we
Yeah.
actually, the high school has some staff members that actually interview every senior as it relates to their PLP and sort of reflecting on their school year. We've been talking about in the last couple of years, bringing some of that evidence forward to you. It's not quantitative, right? So it's that balance between soft data and not something. And how helpful would that really be for you if it's just a snapshot here and there?
Right.
So, I think it's helpful to remember the ends are what were captured from the community values. So that they're the goals we're looking for.
Right.
According to the community values. And I don't, like, having said in on two of those meetings, nobody ever said, we want this. They said, we want our kids to be able to do, this. And I don't care if they make a mistake. I don't want to tell you what to teach them, but I want them to learn how to make a mistake and learn from that and grow from that and get out into the community and, be a participating member of the community. Kind of thing. So.
So I remember just two things. One, I was wondering, along with the links that were provided here, is there a link to our comments from this class?
So if you go in your drive and you go under monitoring reports and you look at the response forms, they should be there. That would show what you commented. So
That's one of those board training things to do, is find where the monitoring report.
So you search I recommend using search and put in your policy title, and then you get a list, and it's a lot easier to find things if you just put 4.5. And then look through what comes, it's easier to sort through than, wait, what was it?
That was one of those things that was also trying to push, was maybe a folder reorganization, because kind of screwy right now. But
So one of the. I think one of the-
anyway,
Go ahead.
just being able to review the last comments on this is one thing. I remember one of them, off the top of my head, was the local test data, aka the interviews at the end, versus the SBAC versus the SAT scores or whatever. That I think people felt that it might be good to have more weight put on the local impressions versus the fill in the dots.
Yeah, so I think that there are a lot of different data points and ways that, at least as I understand it, that the district is working toward those ends, and it's hard to capture it in a single report and to do that well and to do that satisfactorily. But the strategic plan gives more detail, but to try to hear about everything happening in every aspect of the strategic plan at once is also a lot. But if we had an opportunity to hear about a component and how it's working toward achieving the ends, you could spend more time. Like, okay, here are the local assessments for this area. Here's what we're learning. Here's where we were last year. And I think it could satisfy, or at least worth a try. But it could satisfy some of our frustrations of not quite knowing if the data is the right data, if it's hitting the mark, how we put it into context.
I like it.
Certainly like the idea. I certainly like the idea of spending more time looking at the ends of the do. Because it's frankly our most important job.
Right. And yeah.
So it's less about looking at the means than it is about looking at at the specific evidence and the style of evidence and like why that's chosen or is that,
Well,
do you look at it that way?
I don't know, what do you think, girls?
Just progress, a progress update on this.
What was the goal? Was it to hear about the ends, or was it to hear about, like, what? Gabe and Ray came up to a meeting,
That was more about giving you an update on needs and what's happening in the strategic plan in the absence of a strategic plan oversight team. Right, so pre-COVID, when we started that structure, I believe that was satisfied what we've been going around and around about for the last couple of years. As was said on it, and Krista said on it, and we had representation from the community and educational assistants and teachers and admins. That was, I think, the step in the right direction towards what we were talking about, because that team, pretty large, but that oversight team, meeting quarterly, getting much more detail, could then from your lens, synthesize what you think your particular constituent group would like to hear. Same with the educational assistants, they can synthesize all that information and take what makes sense to their group, back to their, job likes or their stakeholders. So I think that was actually getting us in the right place, and we just got a little interrupted. How to do that differently or bring that back up again, and we talked about this last year, and maybe even the year before. So I honestly feel that will satisfy what you're talking about.
Which was really, and if you remember, there was a conscious decision to say, in the absence of some of these data points because of COVID, this is going to be, it's really not an ends monitoring report, this is a means monitoring report. I think we couched it in a strategic plan monitoring report. But I think what was satisfying about it was hearing a whole lot more about the means. Because we didn't talk a whole lot, like we didn't go through lots of various literacy data points from past years, like it was about the means. It's, here's the work that's happening, and frankly, to some extent, it's satisfying from our perspective to be able to share with you the work that's going on and the systems we're trying to build and how it all connects to the strategic plan and what we hope it's going to achieve. And that's not ends. And so I feel like that's.
Well, even in your reports, you're mea culpa, but, you know, you're not in compliance. So obviously at that stage, it's the board's responsibility to some extent to see what your means plans are.
Right.
So,
And we might not ever be fully in compliance. This is an aspirational.
yes, well, I think that goes to one of Kevin's earlier points, I remember, was do we need to adjust the ends policy though, so that we're not so aspirational that we can't ever meet it? You know, should there be some more lower level attainable goals that we can at least measure progress towards?
That is the purpose of developing the interpretation. So for many years, we never had an interpretation. So we were cherry picking what we wanted to share, what we could or wanted to share with you, including PE data, health data. I was giving a mini report probably every other month at one point, and remember we even did like a mini science fair with kids, so you could see something happening with science. Again, Val Gardner, hit on the risk. That is not policy governance. It is not what it means to provide an ends report. So, okay, we're missing an interpretation. What do you really want us to provide you? In my opinion, and I know I've said this before too, that interpretation needs to be raked through. You all need to look super closely at why that's not working, because that is your step down from your policy. Your aspirational policy gets brought down into an interpretation so that we can then provide you evidence to meet that interpretation. If you want more data at more points, like at the end of third grade, what are our kids looking like in literacy? Put that in your interpretation and I'll give you third grade data. But right now it's 6 and 12 and all the pieces that we keep providing you. That's my suggestion.
Sure. Just somebody I've gotten to know through the merger committee I actually don't totally know her role, Stephanie. And just hearing her, this would be an equity piece of evidence, but just like where kids are right now, coming in from all the towns versus where they were several years ago, like the alignment or the equity and like what they're actually seeing. And I don't know if like that kind of thing has that been capped? That's sort of an end. That's not needs. That's like, this is what all the stuff we've done is ending at this spot. 12th grade, I guess. It's what, 9th grade or 7th grade when you would notice that, but I don't know, there's like some.
The data comes from your 6th graders.
Okay.
Right, so as we feed 5 sets of 6th grade groups, like the 7th grade, it used to be, yes, we heard lots of things. So if I can tell which town that kiddo came from because they didn't get all the way through their math program or whatever it was. Now, we, being a district has afforded, a unified district, has afforded us to pool our resources more tightly and really hone in on a unified curriculum that ensures, or best as we can ensure, that everybody's working towards the same goals. So that's more of a kind of a curriculum update, so you all know. And then how prepared are our kids when they enter 7th grade compared to where they were before, could be a quantitative data set.
Okay.
Depending on from where and what tool, and that's a little longer conversation too, but it is the rhetoric that we aren't seeing the same disparity in our 7th graders from an academic knowledge standpoint as we used to.
But I don't know that I read that in the report, and so to me, that's like, that's an X. I don't know, but.
And I'm super careful not to just put out things I hear, and that might be true for some kids, but not all kids. So we try to provide you data sets that we feel confident are as equitably accessible to as many kids as we possibly can. So to just say, yeah, my class is better this year and more prepared in 7th grade, well, go down the hall and somebody might tell you exactly the opposite. So we try to be really careful on that.
Yeah. And I just like the strategic plan because it's so quantified, or at least the parts that have been worked through, right? Like 75% in specific goals and different things. So it feels more like an IP to me in that it's measurable, right? And so that's why I feel like it's so helpful, possibly for data sharing and meeting. But I do agree that we could go through the ends policy, but I would probably be looking at the strategic plan as ideas for how to do the interpretation, frankly.
So Steve gave a preamble for me and you know, I'm really uncomfortable in that we have an ends policy that's so ambiguous that the superintendent feels that he will, and rightfully so, will never perfect what the intent or what the desires are of an educational environment. And there needs to be some way to dice that up. I'm not just advocating that statement goes away, but there needs to be some way to dice that up so that it's measurable and can move the needle. We can see the needle. And I think it was when we went through the series with Brown Dog or Brown Bag or whatever it was, there was a discussion in there about we do have a brown dog.
There's a brown dog.
There was a discussion about how you take, a policy governance statement that's high level, like the end statements, and then you come down and you drop down and you've got some more discrete action items. And I mean, that in my mind, that's what needs to happen. So then when it rolls around, I mean, obviously you got to define those goals at some point, and then when it rolls around, you can say, yeah, the needle's in the green or the needle's in the red, or the needle hasn't moved, or whatever the case may be, and then you plan accordingly. And I don't know, and I don't know if it's really, I think this group, and we talked about it earlier about our 840, whatever it was, policy about being forward-looking, and some of that may be training or some sort of presentation or something that we get some outside input to look at that, and a little bit further than just the coursework that we did a couple of years ago, a year ago, to support or develop things more finite so that we have some traceable information that we can believe in. And we're doing Patrick and his administration a service by not providing them with something that's attainable and given a step. It may be a step, and then we just churn on it and come up with well, we got to do something different. So I mean, we're not doing any.
But that's the strategic plan now.
Okay, maybe it is. I'm not sure how that dices up, but.
Well, an example might be, this is a bad example. We'd like to see SBAC scores improve 2 percentage points in the next 2 years. What is that? That's probably more attainable than getting all kids up to 75%, including the special education children. At least you could see, I know we all know that the struggles you've had with trying to even get the current system up and running with everything that's been going on, and trying to see some kind of a sweep and a curve somewhere that gives us some indication of where it's going, because it's been very muddy going so far. So if there was some little, at this stage, is it possible to set some smaller goals that we can see some kind of step towards or step away from, that gives us an indication of, as Kevin says, which way is the arrow waving? It's not that that's necessarily attainable or advisable, it's just that's kind of what would make people feel comfortable.
Right. What evidence do we have to suggest that what we're doing, I guess, is the question. Because then it gets tricky from there, because if you're comparing one cohort to a different cohort, it can fluctuate multiple percentage points that has nothing to do with what we're doing. It's still a whole different group of kids and different dynamics and everything. So it starts to get complicated. But here the point there is, what evidence do we have that suggests what we're doing is working? And typically how that materializes is there are pockets where what we're trying to do is actually working the way it's designed to work. And here's what we see when that happens, versus it's not really working the way we want it to yet in these other places. So when you group it all together, it just gets muddy. So we could get more specific about evidence that suggests what we're doing is working, then the broader data sets.
I like that a lot. I think that makes a lot of sense, because that's something we can point to. And another thing that comes up for me is just signed up for the delegation to the superintendent monitoring report. So that is making me notice. Now I'm going to be constantly noticing when we get into telling him and them how to do what they do, right? So now that's going to be turning on my mind. And I just, one thing that always occurs to me is how Virgin's bumped up from, I don't know, like 10 spots back in 2017, when they made some big changes in their district. It allowed them to be able to put more resources into areas that they needed to. Like, right, I think they went from 17th to like 26th or something.
In what?
Virgin's like on the state rating.
26 to 17.
26 to 17, yes. So they did that, but that came with some of those changes that they made in their district, in my opinion, right? Like, it was, from what I could see, is they made some changes, right? Schools and things like that, and provided their administration with the resources to be able to plop them into the spots where they want to. So in order to make those differences and those changes for their students. So like, that's also something we also need to focus on, our responsibility and how they meet the ends, and whether or not, I don't know, we're doing the things that support them having the resources they need to be able to make a difference.
Well, to that point, does it also make sense to look at other and monitor?
Yes. I was just trying to look for some, but I wasn't having any luck on the two places I looked.
MAUSD and Champlain College should be some good examples, because
They're just hard to find the actual reports, but I'll keep looking.
And so I think going down through page 3 of the monitoring report, which is the interpretation, I think it's the only page of the interpretation. It's probably a useful exercise in our next session. Attorney could walk us through the pros and cons of what's on there right now.
in the interpretation. So we're working on a report already, of course, because huge, takes a long time, and school year is starting, also is huge, it takes a lot of resources. So in the absence of any different direction, we were planning on status quo, so unless you tell me something else.
But what I was just about to say is, I think the realistic context here is what we're talking about informs next monitoring reports in future years, not the one that's coming up in a couple of months. In part because the data that we'll be looking at has already happened. Like, if anything we do that would change any of that is backward. So
How often are ends look like changed or asked about, or, I know, because that was the report I was working on, which is somewhere in the ether. It's out there.
It's on the drive.
Just found it. But there's no evidence anywhere of us looking at them or working with them or anything like that, which the report's just gonna be pretty good, but, so that's concerning to me, mostly because all the ends that are chosen are behaviors. And you can't always report on a behavior with numbers. Most of the time you're reporting on it by what you observe and how it feels, and that's not solid. It's always moving. So if we're really asking the administration to say, are all our third graders reading on grade level? And that skill communicates to us that they're, linguistic, which communicates that they're worldly, right? Like, those are very different things to look at. If you're worldly is a behavior, but it's ill-defined versus are you able to read? So that's concerning to me, that the questions are fuzzy and then the data is fuzzy because there isn't any. That's going to tell you for certainty if a person is worldly or not. That's all subjective. So very circular. So I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Because I'm also there. I work in the realm of behavior, and submitting, when you, I had a visceral response when you're like, I like the plan because it's, 75% of this is this, and it just brought me to this world of like ABA and how solid it is. And I don't operate that way, but it is that dichotomy of understanding, like either we're asking for the solid number or we're asking for an interpretation of behavior, and those are different. So I think there's a lot to be decided upon for the ends themselves before we could even say, what are we asking for?
Well, having more than one board meeting to talk about it is
Yeah.
probably a good idea.
The Winooski School Districts ends in 2 sentences.
What does it say?
All students will graduate from the Winooski School District, college and career ready, at a cost supported by a majority of the Winooski community. The USD students will lead healthy, productive, and successful lives and engage with their local and global community.
And the report is one page.
Where did you find the report?
Trigger.
Well, that board spent a lot of time on the ends.
And it's all in one building, right? Or 2 buildings that are right next to each other?
Not right now.
Not right now.
Under construction. It is.
One campus.
One team. I just like what I, that one page.
All right, TBD.
Yep, more to come. It is nice to have the time to dig into it though, at a slower pace, not where. Gotta keep going, that's stuff.
Because we're on hour 3.
Exactly. All right. Okay, so we have a couple, well, we can take a couple minutes and then we should move into our executive session.
Oh, Ben Way, I feel you. Oh, yes.
I feel like street classes.
Yeah.
It's not fair.